Hey guys, I'm back with another video, and in this video we are going to create an app, this daily task planner on the bottom. If you see, if I click on it, it is getting loaded and we can see this nice splash screen kind of thing, and this is how the app looks here. So on the top we have the main text and the daily task planner and then one action button toolbar item, and on the bottom center we have this floating action button to add a new task. And here we have couple of default dates starting from the day before yesterday, today, which is default selected, and then next 7 days. Basically, these are the default dates. We can select any date. Right now, we don't have any task for any of these dates because I just installed it and I'm just using it for the first time, so we don't have. And then the next section is this currently selected date. It shows 2/5 2026, now 3/5 2026. We have this text. There are no tasks for the selected date, basically whatever selected date we have. Now this selected date 3/5 2026, if I tap on it, it simply opens the browser's this app iPhone's default calendar. From here we can select any date. Let's say I'm selecting 6th of Feb. I say done. This is selected there are no tasks, and on the top if you see on these quick dates, this date is selected now. If I select any date which is not there on the top, it will simply clear from there and we are okay, and we can't see that here, but this selected date is here. Now for this today's date, let's add some items. If I press on toolbar plus, or if I press on the bottom center floating action button, it will simply open this box where it asks for enter task text. If I just say cancel, nothing would happen. If I say OK without adding any text, it will show us this alert message that this text is required. Close. Let's add again. So if we just have spaces, basically white space, if you press OK, so again the validation is there. Let's add some tasks, some test task. If we say OK, we can see this task with edit and delete. If you go to any other date, it will not be there, but for the 2nd of Feb it will be there because this is the current date. Let's add one more, another random task. I say another random task. Okay, we are here. Now here we have this edit functionality. When we edit, it simply opens the similar box with the current text pre-filled. Say updated. Okay, we can see this updated. Now we have delete functionality as well. If we delete it, it simply asks for the confirmation. If we cancel, nothing would happen as expected. If we delete and if we say okay, now this item is going to be deleted from here. Okay. Now if item is done, we can simply check this by simply checking the first checkbox. So now this item is done. So these functionalities we are having here, and this data is persistent. If I simply close the app and if I open it again, it is going to get loading, and then on the 2nd we can see this. That means this data is persistent on the device. All right. Now here, by the looks of it, I know it is looking like a native iOS application, but this is a progressive web app. This is a PWA which I built using Blazor WebAssembly in .NET 10. So this is basically a Blazor WebAssembly PWA which I installed on my iPhone, and we can see this all this functionality and everything. The data is being stored in the local storage. All right. So this is the app which we are going to build here. I hope you guys like this. So if you are excited about this, please give it a thumbs up and let's start building this app together. Alright, so I'm here in my Visual Studio 2026 and let's search for Blazor, all available Blazor templates. So here we can see Blazor web app, server app empty, and this is our WebAssembly standalone app. This is what we are going to use. Okay, we have others as well, but we are not going to use them. We'll use Blazor WebAssembly standalone. Next, let's name it something, maybe Daily Task Planner PWA. Next, let's choose .NET 10. Authentication type none. We don't need this. And we'll create it as a PWA. So progressive web application. We are going to check this one. Okay. Here we see it. No, it is not showing. Yeah, it shows. If specified, produces a progressive web application PWA supporting installation and offline use. So what it is going to do for us, basically, it is going to register a service worker manifest.json, okay, and the icons and all those things which are required for PWA. It is going to automatically set those things up for us, so we don't need to do that explicitly. We can do that explicitly if we can simply create a simple application without selecting this one, and then later down the line we can add PWA functionality to it. So that is also an option, but here we know we are creating it as an PWA, so it's better to choose it from starting only. Let's create the project. Okay, project is here. So here if you see, same old stuff, program.cs, the main entry point of our application. Let me zoom this. Same WebAssembly host, app, head outlet, add scope, the default HTTP client, build, run async, nothing fancy, nothing has changed. App.razor, but before that, www root folder. Here we have this index.html, which is actually a UI entry point for our application. So here, if we see, we have this manifest.web manifest, Apple Touch icon. These three things, these are for PWA. Okay, if we have not selected PWA, progressive web app, these three things would not have been there. Okay, apart from this, everything is fine. And at the very end, if we see navigator service worker register service worker.js, so the service worker, this is again related to PWA. Okay, now we can see both of these files. Web manifest, this is the web manifest. It has the basic requirements for a PWA. So what the name is going to be, short name, id, start URL is fine. Start URL is basically what when this PWA is getting started, what is the default or first URL it should show. Display standalone so that it can be installed. Background color, theme color, we are going to play around with these things later. Then we have these icons, so these are different size, 192 by 192, 512 by 512. So these are two different icons, and these icons are here. By default these are Blazor icons, but we can change these to whatever icon we want our application to show. Okay, the service worker, right now it has just default stuff. We can enhance this, we can add our own logic. So it simply says this is because caching would not enable and do not enable offline support in development. So we can change it. We'll see if we want to do some extra stuff, we'll come and we'll see here. Okay, then app.css, the default CSS it has. All right, now in index.html we have this div id app, and this is the default content here. And after this, when WebAssembly gets downloaded completely, then this JavaScript is going to kick in, and it is going to generate our WebAssembly application, and it is going to inject our WebAssembly application inside this div id app. Okay, we'll come here. Next place would be app.razor. So this is the main router, and from this router it will load up our entire application. Not found is fine. Here if we see, default layout is main layout. So then if we go to main layout, this is the main default layout. Right now it is empty, there is nothing. We can have our layout logic, basically navigation, or maybe global loader, or things like this, which we want to be consistent across pages. So those things we can have here. And this body, this is the dynamic placeholder where the actual page content is going to be. And if you go to pages, here we can see right now two pages. First one is home, which will be the default page, and the not found, this is the not found page. If we hit any URL which does not exist, that means we don't have any page for that URL, any page route, then it will simply use this not found. How it is going to use that? That is from router. In app.razor we have this router. This router has this not found page. It came in .NET 10 only. Before .NET 10 we didn't have this not found page, but now we have. So this is the entire flow right now what we have. All right, let's quickly run it so that we can see how it looks for the very first time. Then we'll start adding our things to it. Okay, so this is how our application looks like. There is nothing. So this content is coming from the home.razor. Now let's try some page which does not exist. So if I press enter, it is loading. And then we can see the not found page. Sorry, the content you are looking for does not exist. So this content comes from here. If you see not found, sorry, the content you are looking for does not exist. All right. Okay. So now we'll start working on our application. So we will see mostly we are going to have one page only. So home.razor is fine. We don't need to have anything on main layout. If we want, we can have maybe the main top bar we can have on our main layout if we want to. If not, then also we are okay. So first let's go with the home.razor only. After that we'll try to keep on adding other things here. Okay, first let's clean everything up. We don't need anything here. This is the page title. We can have simple daily task planner. Now we are going to have our main layout basically. So let's wrap everything inside a container maybe. So right now there is no tailwind, there is no bootstrap. So we are going to have our custom CSS only because this is a very small simple application we are going to create. So there is no point of adding any other library because we are going to have a very less CSS which we can write by our own only. Okay, so let's say let's maybe name it page. So we'll add CSS styling later, but right now let's have the classes and IDs placeholder. So first we are going to have our entire page, and on this page first thing we are going to have a top bar. Let's say div class top bar. Okay, inside this we are going to have something. Then we are going to have the main body content where we can say, let's maybe call it page content. Okay, so I guess this is all what we are going to have here, right? Inside this page content, first we are going to have our main structure, and at the very end we are going to have a floating action button to create a new task. Okay, so let's maybe have it as button class, let's say fab btn, and let's just have a plus as a normal text. And in this top bar we are going to have two things: name of the application and a toolbar button, which will be again simple as this plus. So we'll have plus icon there as well to create a new tab, new task basically. Okay, so first we can have simple h1 here. Let's say daily task planner. Then we are going to have the second button here, similar to this one. Let's call it toolbar btn and just plus. Okay, now in this page content, first we are going to have our list of predefined dates. Okay, before that we can say, let's name it date selector. So we'll say div class date selector. Inside this we are going to have a list of dates, whatever dates we are having. Okay, and after that we are going to have our task list. So div class tasks, or just say task list. And inside this task list we are going to have a for each loop basically, and for the selected date, and we are going to list down all our tasks. So this is going to be our overall structure of the application. Okay, Now we'll see if we want to break these things into multiple components. Okay. So first thing, top bar, it should be a separate component. Fab, we can have it also as an component. It's up to us. If we want to, we can. If we don't, then it is okay. And date selector, it should be a separate component because here we are going to have a lots of different things. We are going to have date, 5 to 10 dates, and then we are going to have the selected date display as well. So those things. Then task list, this we can have here, and we can see if individual tasks, if we want to have those as a separate component, we can see, and that we can check later basically. So for now, let's go one by one. Let's first create a folder here for these shared components. Okay, so layout pages, we already have these folders. Here I'm going to create a new folder. New folder, let's name it shared. Let's first create a new razor component. We'll name it top bar. Okay, and inside this top bar we are going to have this thing, top bar daily task planner, this thing. So cut it, paste it here, save it, go back and use that top bar here. Okay, now we can remove this and we can add this as a using on this page. Good, cool. Now next thing is this date selector. Let's, for this also, let's create a new component. So we'll say razor component date selector. All right, paste that empty template here, go back to the home.razor and let's use that date selector component here. Then we have the tasks list. This we are going to have here only. We'll see if we want to, or if we need to, we'll move it. And the next one is this fab. So we can leave it here also. And if you are really concerned about having the all these things separate, you can move it. So right now I can't think if I should or I should not, because this is going to be a very simple button with some styling and then nothing else. Let's create a separate component for this also. Here we can say just fab, or let's say fab btn, just fab. A floating action button is already there, but still let's call it fab button. Let's get this thing, add this here, save it, come back, and here let's use that fab button. So with this, our structure is ready. Now, although we are going to have only one page, maybe down the line we want to add another page. Right now I am not going to add, I don't think I'm going to add, but still if we want. So here if we see this section and maybe this floating action button, this section is going to be common across pages maybe, and this section, maybe this date selector, this section is going to be page specific. Okay, so this fab, this also we can keep it out because this is going to be a floating action button, so it is not tied to page content. It will be basically fixed on top of page. So the point is, what I'm saying, let's move these things, and this fab button, top bar, these things to layout. Okay, for that what we can do, let's copy this thing, go to our main layout, paste this entire thing here, add the usings. Now this section is going to be page specific, right? Sorry, these two things. So we are going to remove these two things and we are going to move our body here. So now what is going to happen, top bar and fab button, these are the common things. Let's not call it fab button, just call it fab. Save it, just call it fab. Okay, so now this body, this is going to be dynamically rendered. So if we go to home page now, we are going to have this thing here. We'll get rid of all this and we'll paste this directly here. Save it. This is how the UI is going to look like right now without any styling, of course. Let's simply put a UL here. I'll say li and task 1 example, and just run it. I just want to see how it looks. Then we'll add our styling and all. So it is loading, we can see, and here that came app available. So if you see, it shows app available, install daily task planner PWA. And it is very small. I don't know if you can clearly see, but it shows this. If I click on it, it asks this. So this is coming because we have set up PWA. That's why it is asking this. Okay. Right now we are not going to install. First we'll design everything in this browser only. After that we'll check that installation and all. Okay. So this plus button from the top title bar, top bar, this is this thing, and then this button, this is coming from the fab. Okay. Now we just need to design these things. All right. Now we are going to add a styling. So let's go to the global style first. After that we are going to use component specific styles. So basically isolated styling or scoped styling, we call it. So first thing, let's go to app.css, which is the global style. So here, valid, modified, invalid, validation message, we don't need all these. Get rid of these. Blazor error UI, this is fine. This is for Blazor error, we can leave it like this. Blazor error boundary, loading progress, these are for the initial that that progress. If you remember, when we start our application, when Blazor this WebAssembly is getting downloaded, it shows that circular 100% loading. So this is for that thing. Code, we are not using it. Form floating, we are not using it, so we can get rid of all. Now this is Blazor error related and the initial loading indicator. That's all. Now here, let's set couple of things. First, I'm going to set the couple of variables here. First thing, we are going to say nav bar, or let's say top bar height. Okay. First thing, we'll set top bar height. Let's make it 50 pixel. Then we are going to have, let's say color primary, maybe primary color. So I have one color which is 512BD4. Okay. After that, let's have some fonts, some default fonts. So HTML, body, and star and F for everything. Basically, we are going to have a font family. Okay, here we have different font families which we can select. If these, so these font families are, these are from left to right, whatever font it finds on the system. Okay, let's maybe use the Sego UI, Tahoma, Geneva, this one. Now these are Windows specific. So at the very first, what we'll do, we'll simply set the default Apple system. If we are on Mac or iPhone, okay, Apple system. Okay, then for Mac, maybe we can say there was some blink Mac system font of, if I remember that correctly, it was something like this. Save it, save everything, and yeah, after that maybe let's have some helper classes for these colors. This color, basically color primary. So here we can maybe have bg primary. Okay, so for this we can set simply background color, and we'll set it to variable of this color primary. Save it, and we are good. Fine. Now we are going to have a couple of other classes. So first we are going to have our dflex, which is for display flex. So display flex, and let's say justify. What, maybe we are going to use justify between. So the classes which we are going to use, we can add here. Here we can say justify content justify content between space between. And one more thing, we are going to set items to center. So here we'll say align items center. And for all these three, we can maybe create one more. Align item center is fine. Maybe I don't know if we will need it, but still, let's say dot grid center. So this is going to be a helper class. There we'll set display to grid and place items to center. So this is actually a grid. Basically everything inside that grid, that container, is going to be vertically and horizontally centered. So right now we'll use just these things, and we'll see if we need any other thing, we'll simply add those here. Okay, now go back to our home page. So first thing we have on, not home page, we'll go to layout. So first thing, this page, which is fine. For this page, what we are going to have, we'll have this page as 100% width and height. Okay, so on this main layout, what I'll do, I'll simply not right click, let's right click on the layout folder, and I'm going to create a file. So let's say new item. This we are going to say main layout dot razor dot css. So here I'm creating just a css file, scoped css. Okay, so here we are going to add styling for this page class. So dot page, here we'll say simple, what we should call it, we are going to have height, or let's say min height, we'll call it 100 vh or 100 dvh, dynamic viewport height, so 100% basically we can say. And for the width, we'll fix it 100 dvw, dynamic viewport width we are going to set it. Okay, then for overflow, we are going to say, let's say scroll or auto, which is going to be for scrolling. All right, let's see, we will see if we want to change it, we'll change it, but right now we are okay with this. Okay, then comes this top bar. So let's go to the top bar, this one. Here we have first top bar class. Let's first have it here only, then we'll move it. Dot top bar. First thing, we want to have it as our color primary, background color. So on this top bar, we can simply add bg primary, right? This is what we created in our app.css. Where is it? Bg primary, right? Then we are going to have display flex and justify between and item center. That means these three classes we can directly have there. That means there is no need to have anything in top bar. Let's see. If we need, we'll add. If not, then we are okay. So deflex, justify between and item center. Okay. And yeah, I guess we are okay. Cool. So save everything. And let's add a couple of other classes as well here. So I just now remember, if we set this bg primary, then this should be in white color so that we can see it. Okay, so let's say text white. So here we can say color white. Okay, then one more thing, we are going to have some padding. Okay, so let's say p3, we'll say padding maybe 10 px. Save it. So here next thing, we'll say p3 and we'll say text white. Save it, save everything, and okay, let's run it and let's see how it looks right now. Okay, it is loading and we can see something. Okay, this heading is a lot, button style is not there, but at least we can see the background color, And is this some spacing from left right or what this is? See, yeah, there is some main paddings from somewhere. It is coming from somewhere. From where it is coming, if we see, HTML, load percentage, this is fine, this is fine. Play block, HTML body star, maybe on HTML and body, set margin 0, yes, and padding. So basically, to reset the browser default specific behavior, we are going to do this as well. On HTML and body, we are going to set margin and padding 0. We are going to add our own padding margin and all those things. Okay, let's go to the app.css and we'll have this margin padding 0 on HTML and body both. Okay, after that, we are going to have some less size for this h1, or is there some, yeah, it has some default margin. It is user agent styling. So this is browser specific margin. So whatever you see user agent style sheet, this is browser specific. So Chrome is adding this thing. So it is adding display block font size 2 em, then margin start block and all these things. Basically we are going to reset these as well. Any other thing? No, right? And our padding is not getting applied here or what? We added that p3, right? Why our p3 is not coming? Because we added p hyphen 3. Should be just p3. Now we can see left and right p. Okay, let's reset that styling on h1. Save it. So margin padding 0 on h1 as well. Okay, and then go back to our top bar and fix this p3. Save it. Okay, let's see how it looks. Okay, much better than before. But the font size still, this is a very big font size. This is 2 em. We need to make it smaller as well. So what we can do on home, or not home, app.cs. So these we are setting the global styling. So for h1 we can say font size, because this is a very small application, so we can directly add these things, the direct tags. Ideally you should not modify, or we should not have these direct tag related styles. We rarely have these. Sometimes we need to enforce something, then we have these. So for this font size, let's maybe have 1.5 em, let's say. Okay, this is fine. Now for button, we are going to have some default styling for button. So this is button. First thing, the default style for button. Why this? Okay. Some default style for button. So we are on button right now, not on button. We select this button, add this, not fab, just button styling. Okay, so here we can say border 0. Okay, and maybe background color, we'll have it as transparent. Okay, and I guess this is fine. That's all. The default behavior, we need this only. Then we'll modify this as per our requirement. Copy, come here, paste it. Button, border 0, background color this, save everything, and now we are good. Okay, all right. Now next thing, we'll start working on some Blazor's stuff, and then we'll see where we need CSS styling and all. So now we'll go step by step. Okay, so first top is fine. We'll work on date selector first. All right, so for these dates, what we are going to have, we'll start from yesterday or maybe day before yesterday. So there's 2 days ago, and then we'll consider today and maybe 5 more days or 7 more days next. So basically we are going to have 10 days agenda directly, and then we are going to have custom date selector as well. Okay, so here first thing we need to have a type which can hold if the current date is selected or what is the date. Okay, so basically a model which is going to have two properties. One is going to be date and one is going to be if this is right now selected on the UI or not. Okay, so for this what we'll do, we'll create a new folder and we are going to have all our models in that folder. Models, first we are going to have a class. We'll call it, let's say, date model. First we are going to have a date, not string, just a date time and date, and we are going to have a boolean property. We'll say is selected. Okay, save it. Just come back on date selector dot tracer component. Here we are going to have private date model, yes, and an array of this. We are going to have, we can say, name it whatever we want. Let's say just dates. Okay, and here we will get it starting from the 2 days before till next 7 days. So basically 10 days cover. We are going to initialize this in our own initialized method. Okay, now the way we can initialize this, we are going to simply use, let's say, enumerable dot range, or we can have simple what we call it, a simple array. Okay, starting from -2, increment it till next 7 days. This is also an option. But here let's use -2. We will start from -2, and the number of items we are going to have 10. We start from -2 and 10 items. So -2, day before yesterday, yesterday, today, tomorrow, and next 5 days. So total 10 days. All right. So this is simply an enumerable of these 10 items. On this we are going to say select. Okay, this is just a number. We can name it I or n, whatever we are getting it. So this n is basically this number. It will start from -2, -1, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, something like this. Okay, now from here what we want to do, we want to return something. We want to return this date model. Okay, so we'll say return new date model, and we are going to have date. Now it will be a today's date, the current date. So here we can have var date equals, we can say, date time dot now dot date. We are going to play with date. Okay, let's say current date. We can name it this current date. Here we'll say current date dot add days, and we'll add this n here. Now what is happening here, if you see current date, let's say today 1st of Feb, and it is going to save the first value of this n is going to be -2. That means it will be current day 1st Feb -2 days, that means 30th Jan for the first iteration. Next one it will be -1, that means 31st Jan. Then again next it will be 0. It will take the third date as the today's date, 1st Feb. Then next one would be, the value would be 1. It will be add days plus 1, that means 2nd Feb. So it will go like this. Now, by default, we are going to have the today's date selected. Okay. So here we can say it's selected equals this. We can say if n equals 0. That means we are talking about today's date. So the default is today's date selected. Okay. Now we can have it directly without these parentheses and all. We can say this. Now these things we are going to store these in this underscore dates variable. Save it. Underscore dates, right? Now it is enumerable. So we have two different options to handle it. We can either make it enumerable, or we could have been simply use the collection expression or make it just two arrays. So these are two different options right now because this is already an enumerable. So let's go with this approach. Save it. Now we are okay. Okay. Now let's store one more thing here. So we'll store private date time selected date underscore selected date. Okay. And this we are going to have, let's first not have anything here. Let's have it here, this current date, because this is what we are going to have as the first selected date. Save it. So these are our dates. Okay. Now we just need to show these dates here. Okay. So here what we can do is at the rate for each, we are going to have this for each here, and let's say maybe D, and the collection is going to be underscore dates. Here we can simply have a, let's say, div class date time. I don't know what to call it. Let's say date or just date. We can have this as date or date item. Okay. Then we are going to have the selected class here if this is right now selected. Okay. For that we are going to make it dynamic. If d dot is selected is true, we are going to add a class selected. If it's not, we'll simply leave it empty. Okay. Now here we are going to show the day on top and the date on bottom. So basically one column with two values. Okay. So let's show the first one. We'll say div class. We are going to add some class here. And here let's say d dot date dot day. Okay, 1 2 3 4 5, the number, basically today's date, actual date. So for today it is going to show 1 because today is 1st Feb. And let's duplicate it. The second, here we are going to show the day name. So today is Sunday, it should show Sunday. So for that we have multiple approaches. The best one is going to be just d dot date. We can simply use dot toString, and we can use DDD, which is 3-letter. So this you see Monday, Tuesday, so MONTUE, things like this. Save it. So here we can simply say day, we can add this class, and for the second class we can say weekday, something like this. Now we are going to have all these classes. Now let's add some styling here. Right now if we see, it should directly show these classes, and we just need to add some styling to this so that these look good. Right now let's see how these looks. It should start from 30th of Jan. It should go till 5th Feb. Let's see. Okay, 30th Friday, 31st Saturday, 1st Sunday, this, and it goes till 8th of Sunday. Okay, 8 and 2, yeah. It goes till 8. Oh, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Yeah. Okay. And for these also, for these dates also, let's have these as 010203, so something like this. So two characters always. Okay, we have multiple approaches to do this. First we can use string pad left method. So here we are going to say, let's say dot to string dot pad left. So here total width we need two characters, and what it should add to make it this, we'll add 0. So here we are saying we just want it always to be two characters. If it is two characters, we are okay. If it does not have two characters, you should append this 0 to the left of this value. So for 1, it will automatically happen 0, 1, 0, 2. And if it is already something like 11 or 10 or 30, it will leave, it will be same. It will not use this pad left. So this is how it works. Okay, it has nothing to do Blazor, it is simple pure C sharp. Now we have one more approach. If we don't want to do this, just don't do it. So we can follow this two string approach. So we can simply get rid of this, and here we'll simply say we know D is for date. So we can say DD, that means two characters date. We save it. If we run it, we should see two character date. And we cannot see it. Why? So can you guys pause this video and comment down what the problem is, why it is not showing that actual thing? Okay. All right. So I hope a lot of people would have been figured it out. So here, let me tell you what the problem is. Here we are using day. Day is already number and it does not have this string format. Okay. This thing we are directly going to do on d.date. We are formatting the date for this format. Okay. Now if we hot reload should have worked. Let's start it again. Now we should see the actual thing. So two characters dates and three characters day name. All right, we have these. I hope you guys able to see it, right? Let me zoom it. Okay, so 30th Friday, 31st Saturday. So all right, you see this? Okay. Now next thing is to just design this thing so that these things are not vertically, these are horizontal. Okay, and we'll see if these items, these 10 items are not getting fit on the screen, we might change it. So maybe let's not go till 8th, let's maybe go till 5th. Next 5 days maybe, we'll see. Okay, I will try to maybe set this side by side so that maybe we can see these styling directly. Let me set this Visual Studio and this output side by side. Okay, all right, 100%. Now let's try to add some styling here. I don't know if it will pick if we add directly on Razor file, but let's see. So first we have this date selector, right? So let's add some flex styling to this date selector. So we'll say display flags to it. Okay, and let's use overflow on x-axis. We'll say overflow x so that it can show horizontal scroll bar if required. Okay, then we are going to have some gap between the items. So this gap we can have maybe, let's say 10 px, and then let's have some padding, overall padding. So we'll say padding, we'll say 10 pixel. Is it applying? No, right? If I say this hot reload, it was not able to pick any change. Let's maybe try this. This is I'm just doing this so that maybe it can pick this date time dot now dot date. I don't know if it will pick with this. 4 changes were applied. Yes, it is picking. Okay, after next changes I'm going to remove this. So I'm just tricking this hot reload to work. and we can see this. Now these are in horizontal manner, so we are okay. Now next thing is going to be individual items. So date item. Let's say dot date item. Here we have these two things, right? For these two things, first thing, let's say text align center. This is the first thing I'll do. And then let's have some padding. Say padding maybe 5px and 10px. Save it. So I'm doing this just so that it can show this thing. Into system time span, add days. I'll say edit, add days 0. Okay, we can see this. It looks ugly, but at least we can see the styling here. All right, 5px, 10px. Then let's have I don't know, maybe for the selected one, let's first do the selected one. So here we'll say dot date item dot selected. If that is selected, dot selected, then we are going to have a simple background color, some light background color. Maybe some gray color. Okay, we can see this. We'll change this color, but right now at least we can see this. Next thing, on date item only, we'll say border radius. Let's make it 5px. We can see this border radius now, which is coming pretty good. Next thing, let's maybe use cursor pointer. Okay, we can see this cursor pointer. Now hot reload is working for this styling. It is strange, but it is working. Okay. For the other items, let's have some light border on this date item only. I'll say, let's say border 0.5px solid. Let's say solid 0.5px solid. Why the colors are not coming? White, white, okay, antique white. This is some light white kind of color. Yeah, I hope you can see this. Okay, now the background color, let's have some light E1, E1, E1. Save it. Yeah, this is fine. Okay, now next thing is let's change the font size for this one. What we'll do is for both of these we are going to have different font size. So default font size will have font size 0.85. let's use the relative units. Yeah, 0.85 rem. Fine. Now for the weekday, let's have a bit smaller. So we'll say dot weekday. Here we'll say font size, maybe let's have 0.75 rem. Okay, or maybe 0.7. And this day, let's make it bold. So this day, let's make it bold. So dot day, we'll say font weight bold. Save it. All right. Now let's have some spacing between these two. Now we can have some spacing. So for this, date item, right here only, let's make it flex. So display flex, we'll say gap maybe 4px. Okay, now these are in horizontal mode because the default flex direction is row. So here we need to change the flex direction to column. Save it. Now we can see this. All right. Okay. This is coming up pretty good. Now, next thing is when we select any date, then it should automatically select that one, right? Let's quickly do that as well. What we'll do on this div, if we select it, so we can say on click. This is going to be a lambda. We'll say select date, and we'll pass this date. Select date, and we'll pass this date model object. So here we can create a private void select date method, which will get date model d as a parameter. And here, first thing, we need to get the current selected date from this array. We need to set it to false, and then we should set this new date to selected. Okay. So here what we'll do, we'll first get the currently selected date. We'll say current selected date item. This we are going to get from the dates. Okay. Dates dot, we can say first dot default d dot is selected true. Let's set it to date. This one is date, or let's say new selected date, something like this. New selected date model. These names are getting a bit confusing, but this is how we are doing. Selected. Save it. Add it. Okay, it will not work, but the hot reload will not work, but we are okay. We'll change it. So here we'll say if this is not null, that means we have some date already selected, which will always be the case in our case, but still let's have it. If it is not null, we'll simply say current selected date item dot is selected. We'll set it to false. Okay. Then next thing we'll do, we'll set this new selected date model dot is selected to true. Okay. And when we are doing this thing at the same time, we are going to use this selected date. We are going to set this selected date equals this new selected date model dot date. With this, we are okay. Our logic is ready for the selected date. Okay. So we stop this now, and if we'll rerun, we should see all these things now. The selections should work. Okay, it is coming. Alright, one. If I do this, did something happen? Nothing. Did it come to this method? No, it didn't come. Why? Let's check what the problem is. Oh, this is frozen. Okay. At the rate on click, selected date. Not select. Okay, it came here. Okay. Okay, it came here. This is fine. Selected date. We continue. Now the selected date is changed. And here we are saying you should re-render. If the date is selected, then add the selected class. Why did it not add the selected class? New selected date model is selected true. Everything looks fine. Can you guys spot the difference? Spot the error? What the problem here is? Right now, I have no idea why this is happening. Let's explicitly try to set state has changed. Now what it will do, it will try to re-render, or it will re-render basically. Why it is in Visual Studio is not responding? Visual Studio is busy. I have that notification on my screen that Visual Studio is busy. Maybe it was Visual Studio error only. Let's see if it fixes. So if it is not, then sometimes these are cases where we explicitly need to call state as change. Sometimes it happens, but let's see if this is some logical issue or some specific behavior. Okay, it is still not working. It didn't change. Let's now do one more thing. This is selected date. Let's print this date here. Hot reload. Why not working? Okay. 2/2/26. It worked. 4. This date is changing. That means it is going there. But new selected date model is selected. This is not working. Hmm. Hmm. Why is it not working? Okay, maybe it is not able to figure out if this is the same object or not. Okay, we have other option. So here we are saying new selected date model. Maybe this is a clone of that model. It is not able to figure out if something has internally changed. So what we can do is on the basis of this thing, first thing, let's set the selected date for sure. This we are going to set. Second thing, if previous date was selected, we'll simply set that is selected to false. And the next thing we'll do is from these dates, we are going to find out the newly selected date. For new date equals, or if we are doing these things, we are getting first or default here. We have only 10 items in this collection, right? So let's do this. Let's make it more simpler. Here we'll say var for each var date in underscore dates. Okay, and here we can say date dot is selected equals date dot is selected equals if date dot date equals new selected date model dot date. So if these are the same, then it will set is selected to true. If it is not, it will set is selected to false. And again, we can do this because we have very less number of items. If these would have been a major a lot of number of items, then it is not a good idea to do. Okay, so let's try to restart it. Okay, we are here. Let's select it, and it is again not doing this. Let's check if it is actually adding the classes or it is not. um if I go to this one, selected, this one is selected. If I do this, it is changing, but is selected is not changing. What is the problem? This is very strange, a very small, maybe I'm missing some very small detail. Do let me in the comment if you figured out what the issue here is, because right now on directly looking at this code, everything looks fine. But what is the problem? I am not able to understand. Click is working. That's why we can see this changed date. This date dot is this selected date is working. Date dot is selected. This date says an enumerable. Mm, okay, let's do this. If I put a breakpoint here, just to check, if I put fifth here, came here right now, I just want to inspect what we have in dates. In dates, it should have been on which date I clicked? Fifth, right? So it should be seventh item, eighth item, this one, sixth item, this one. Is selected is false. Is selected, why is selected is not getting changed? This date model is not a record, right? This is a simple class, public class, and it has getter setter. Okay, let's try to change it to just list, not enumerable. Let's have it as collection expression so that this is now proper list. We do this, run it, and let's see. Remove this breakpoint. Okay, let's try now. Oh my god. It was enumerable, which was not allowing direct internal item change. Okay, so we can have some mutable collection. We can have list, or we can have maybe an array here. It would have also worked. All right, so now we have this behavior where we can change the date. The appearance changes and we are okay with this, right? The selected date is also getting changed here. Now, next thing is for the selected date also, let's have some UI or something here which shows this selected date, entire date with proper date, month, year, time we are not concerned about. And then on click of that, maybe we will allow a user to select any other date as well. Okay. So other date meaning the dates other than these predefined dates. Okay. We are going to do that next here. For this, maybe let's have a div class selected date, maybe something like this. This should not be selected date, it should be select date, right? Just select date, yes. Now inside this, we are going to display the current selected date and we are going to show a date picker. Okay, so let's have an input type date. Okay, and here let's have a class date picker, and we are going to bind this thing with our selected date, so that our selected date gets changed whenever we change from this date picker. Okay, then it will get changed, but automatically it will not trigger this method, right? Whenever we change, if the date is there in this collection, it should simply show that particular date selected, because we can maybe click on it, it will open up that date selector. I select, let's say, 5th of Feb. It should automatically select this 5th of Feb in that case. So for that to work, we need to run this logic, because doing this bind with selected date, this line is done, but we need this line. For this thing, we need to explicitly call this. So how we can call this? We can maybe create a new method here. Say private void, and we can say, let's say, set selected date UI or something like this. I right now I can't think of anything, but this can be a case. And then we can maybe move this for each logic to here. Now this new selected date model does not exist here, so we can directly use this underscore selected date. Okay, from here, from the select date, we can simply call this method directly. Now why I did this? So that I can call this directly from this also. So with each bind, we have one after hook as well. Here we can say bind after. So that means bind after equals. So what it will do, the bind will first bind this value. It is two-way binded now. So if we change it, it will set this value. After this, it will call this method. So when it will bind, selected date will be set. And after that, it will call this after, where we are going to have this set selected date for UI. And it will call this thing. Now selected date is already defined there. And from here also, if we click on it, it will simply set it, call it. So that means both of these flow will be same. This is what we need. So we are okay with this flow, right? If I save it now and let's say restart, data is no longer available. Would it restart? I don't know. Let's see. No, it restarted the app. Okay, we can see this 1, 2. If I change this to 3, we can see this 3 here. It is getting changed. It's very small, right? I don't know if you can see it. Let me zoom it. So you see 3. If I set 4, you can see 4 here. Now let's use this. And let's say if I set 19, 19 is set, but here no date is selected. And if I come here, if I check, let's say 30th Jan, it said 30 Jan and it selected this one. That means both of these flow are working. If I select any date from this date picker, let's say I'm selecting 3rd Feb. So this 3rd Feb is selected. So it works from both ways. If I select from here, it changes it. If I select from here, it changes this. So that means both of these flow are working. Great. Now let's design this. So now we don't need the selected date P. This we are handling from here only. Okay. Now let's try to design this. So we have these two things, selected date. So we'll say dot selected date, and the next one is this date picker class. Dot date picker. Okay. So in date picker, first in selected date, we can have some margin. So let's say we are going to have margin 10 px from top and bottom, left right 0 is fine. Save. Did it work? No, the auto reload. Let's change this. Okay, now it is here. Now in date picker, let's try to design it. So first thing, let's have a fixed height, maybe 40 px. Then we are going to have a border 1 px solid, 1 px solid, and our primary color, let's say color primary. Save it. No, date dot date. If I change something here, did it change? No. Var color primary border 1 px solid. Okay, let's see. I can't see it, but I don't know if auto reload worked or not. But let's add other things first. Let's say background color. I say background color, let's say red, just to test. Code changes were applied successfully, but it didn't change this. If I do this explicitly, did it change? No. If I check here, date picker, no, it is not picking these changes. Nope. Let's restart, or maybe before restart, let's add some styling here. So background, maybe let's not have border, let's have background color. Main primary color, let's have border also we can have. Then we can maybe have some border radius 20 pixel, and we are going to have color as white because background color we are having this our main primary color. Okay, then let's say font to weight, we can have it as bold. Font size also Let's have 0.85 rem, which we are having on top date, and let's have some box shadow as well. Shadow 0 0 10 px, maybe some light gray color. Save it, and I guess we should be good. Save, and let's run. Let's see if it is picking these changes. Okay, we can see this now. The changes are here. All right. So these rounded corners, let's not have these on left. Let's have these as left. So it should touch this border, this boundary. So it should not have this rounded corner on left, but it should have these rounded corners on right, because it is giving it a good look basically. So border radius 20, instead of directly doing this, we'll say we have individual border related styling in CSS. So we can say border top right radius. Okay. So here we can say 20 pixel. Same thing, we can say border bottom right radius 20 pixel, and this thing will remove. If we do this, or reload again not working, let's have some padding also so that it is not touching this left section. We'll say padding, uh let's say padding left, 5 px. Save it. Okay, it came. We, let's say 10 pixel, and if I use this to default, and now we can see this. Okay, now this black icon, I don't know how can we change this. I tried in the past to change this appearance, but I don't. Oh, there was something related to appearance. I don't know what all it supports. It supports appearance none, I don't know. If I for that icon, I am not sure. If I do this, would it remove it or no? I have no idea. Let's see if it works. It is still there. Maybe it is on web only, because on mobile, it in mobile browser, I don't know if it is there, but we'll see. Let's not waste time on it right now. Okay. I do this, you can see this, it getting selected fourth. So these things are working. So that means it is great. The functionality, the behavior is working, which is the main priority for us right now. Okay. Now we'll move to the next item. But before that, let's do this. Let's wrap these things up and let's set these correctly. What I mean is, let's move this style to the separate file. So date selector.razor.cs. Okay, so in shared, we are going to say add new item. We'll say date selector .razor.css. Do this, and if we copy all these things or cut and paste here, save it. Okay, so we are good. We'll get rid of these styles now. Save. What happened? Oh, one div. Did I close the div? Yeah. Save it. All right, so with this, we are done with our date selector. Not entirely, we will need to do some operation on the basis of the selected date change that we'll do. But right now, we are okay. And the next thing what we'll do is, we are going to have a service layer where we are going to store our tasks. And on click of the add buttons on our main layout, no, top bar and fab, we are going to add a new item, right? That thing we are going to do next. Let's close all. All right. Now we'll work on the next thing, which is actual task. So let's create a model for that. So in models folder, I'm going to add new class. Let's call it task model. Here, first thing, we are going to have a unique ID for this. Can have int ID, or it is actually up to us. maybe we can have GUID. Then we are going to have the actual text title, or let's name it text only. The description of the task, what the task is about basically. And the next thing would be for which date we are using it. So for date, and then next thing would be if this is done or not. So we'll say if this is done. So is done. Save it and we are good. Okay. Now next thing, let's create a service to handle the task, the list of tasks, adding, editing, deleting a task and all that stuff. Okay, so I'm going to create a new folder here. Folder, let's call it services, and let's add a class here. Let's call it task service. Task service. Okay, here first thing we are going to keep track of the tasks in a collection here. Okay, so we'll say list of task model. We are going to say tasks with default empty array. Okay, and then here, because this task service, for this task we are going to show, display, or all the operations would be on the basis of the current selected date, right? For this one, let's maybe consider these as all tasks. Then we are going to have selected date here, what date we are selecting, or maybe we can handle this from the main UI side only. So let's not have this. Instead, what we can do is let's create methods to add a task. We'll go one by one. So first we need to add a task. So let's have public void add task. And here we are going to get task model as a parameter. Okay, and we are going to add this task to this all task. So dot add task. Now it's always a good idea to remove the references. So basically what I'm saying here is, instead of directly adding this task, I'll use a clone of this task, so that we can handle from here, or maybe we can handle from the consumer side. So it's up to us, but in both the cases we need some cloning functionality. So for that we can simply create a method here inside the task model. We'll say public task model and we'll say just clone. Okay, now because these are simple primitive properties, we can simply use member wise clone, which is defined on this member wise clone on all objects. This is defined by .NET only, and this is available on all objects. It is safe to use here. If we had some, let's say, some complex properties, some complex logic and all, for that thing what we could have done, we could have simply implemented it by our own, so by explicitly setting all these properties. But for this we are okay. So here we know this is not going to be null. Let's wrap this in parenthesis and let's do it, so that we are saying null forgiving operator. We know this is not null. Save it. So task model clone is fine. So now it's up to us. We can add clone here, or maybe from the consumer side, but we are okay for now. Now adding task is here. Now we should have a list of tasks as well, but for those list of tasks we are going to have those on the basis of date, right? Because on the UI what we saw, we show the tasks for specific date only. So here we are going to create a method. We'll say public and we'll return IEnumerable of task model. We'll say get tasks for date, and here we are going to get date time as an object, And from here, what we'll do, from this all tasks list, we'll say dot where t dot for date equals this date. Okay, and let's simply use this date equals date dot date, because we are not dealing with times, we are dealing with dates only. Okay, although this should have been from the consumer side, but we can't take risk. Even though consumer says it, we will still do this here so that it is always a date. Okay, all tasks where this date, and we are going to return this task. Now here, if we see task model, reference type, all tasks, list of this, reference type again. So when we return this reference, the consumer might modify this. Okay, but which we don't want. What we'll do instead, we'll simply use the collection expression here, so that this we are returning a copy of the tasks. Okay, not the actual task. So if consumer modifies anything, it will be in their local copy. It will not modify anything in this main collection. Okay. So now get task for date is fine. Add task is fine. Let's quickly do edit and delete as well. Right here only. So we'll say public void update task. And here we'll say task model of task. Okay. And here when we are doing this task, let's quickly do one more thing. Here we'll say work new task to make it sure that we never mess things up. I'll do two things here. First, I'll explicitly set the ID to GUID.new quit basically. One more thing I'll say new task dot for date equals new task dot for date dot date, so that it is always a date only. Okay, even though it was from date only when we provided, or when the consumer provide, but still let's explicitly set the date only, not time. And ID will set this, and now we are adding it, so we are good now. Now let's use update task. So here first thing we'll say task in list, or let's say existing task equals, here we'll say all tasks first or default t.id equals task.id. Wait, if existing task is not null, which should not be null, ideally then only we'll come to the edit case, but still let's have it. And here we'll simply say existing task dot, we are going to modify text equals this text. And I guess we are doing this only, right? Nothing else we are modifying. Yeah, we are modifying one more thing. Existing task dot is done. We can modify these two things. We are not allowing date to be changed. We'll see if we need, we'll add this, but right now we are just allowing these two things. So task can be marked as done, or the text can be changed. These two things we are doing. Okay, and I guess with this we are good. And let's do delete as well. So we'll say delete task, and here it's up to us, or we can get the entire task, or we can simply get the ID only, task ID. Okay, so here first thing we'll get the existing task on the basis of this task ID, and if we have this task, then we'll remove that task from all tasks. So we'll say underscore all tasks dot remove task, existing task, and we are good with this. Save it. All right, we can mark this as read only. I guess we are good, right? Task service is ready. We'll modify it later to persist and all. Right now all these are in memory only. So now we are going to use this task service on our component, and for that we need to use the program.cs to register that, because we are going to inject the task service. So here we'll say builder.services.add singleton. We are going to have only one instance of this task service throughout our application. Okay. Now we are okay to inject this. First thing we are going to inject it. It would be on which page? Layout, right? Layout. We have top bar. Sorry. Top bar. We have this daily task planner and toolbar BTN. Style we don't need, right? But do we? We need this toolbar BTN, right? Okay. So for toolbar BTN, let's create a add a new file here. New item. It was topbar.razor.css, and here we are going to use this toolbar btn. We'll simply make it big, bold. Okay, so we'll say font size, let's say 2 rem, and we'll make it bold, so we'll say font weight bold. Save it, and on this top bar only, now we are going to inject our service. So we'll say @inject, not this, task service. Let's add the using statement. Now this task service, we are going to use it as at multiple places, multiple components. So we are not going to use this using at each and every place. So better to cut it from here. Go to underscore imports.razor file and simply put that using statement here. Whatever using statement we put in underscore imports.razor file, those things are automatically available on all the razor files. Okay? That means task service is available here. Let's name it as task service only. Okay. And now when user click on this toolbar btn, then on the buttons, it's always a good idea to add the type. It is button. When user click on this, it should call the method on this task service. Okay. That will say @on click. And here we'll say add new task. And let's define this method here. So we'll say private void add new task. Now inside this, what we'll do in task service, we can simply say add task. Now add task would be just a new task here. Now comes the main point. We need to have the task model values. So which date we are talking about and which after date, what text we are talking about. At least these two things we need. For date and what is the text. That means we need to grab these two things from the user. Now for date, we already have a selected date logic in our date selector. We already have that selected logic date. That means we can use the selected date directly. One thing. The next thing is for the text, we need the text from user. So right now, to keep things simple, what I'll do, I'll use the browser's functionality. Okay, so browser has 3 built-in dialogues, alerts. So basically, first we have alert, second we have confirm box, and third we have a prompt box. So we are going to use prompt box here. Now we need JavaScript. That means we need to use IJS runtime here. Okay, so where do we need to use that? It is on demand. We can use it anywhere. Let's maybe inject that IJS runtime directly on top bar. So here we'll say inject IJS runtime. Let's call it JS runtime. Okay. Now here, when we are doing this, before this we'll say JS runtime dot invoke. Now it has invoke async, invoke constructor async. This new method, I didn't see it earlier. I have never used it. Invoke the specified JavaScript constructor function asynchronous. The function is invoked with the new operator. Okay, I have not used it. So invoke void async, this we can use, or invoke async we can use. Invoke async returns a value. Invoke void async, as the name suggests, it does not return anything. Now here, if we see for prompt, we are asking user to type something in there, and that text, whatever user types, that we are going to consume. That means we need some data back. So for that thing, we are going to use invoke async method, which will return something to us. Okay. Now, because we are going to use JavaScript's default prompt box, okay, so that prompt method, it actually returns a nullable string. So here we can say string nullable string. This is the return type. Now inside this, first thing is the identifier, that means the method name. By default, alert, prompt, confirm, these boxes, these methods are available on window objects. So here we'll say window dot prompt. Okay. Then we can provide our parameters to this, whatever parameters this function needs. Okay. The default function, it needs at least one parameter, which is the text, what should be written there, but it gets 2-3 different parameters. We'll see in a minute and directly in browser, but right now let's see enter task text, something like this. We'll see. Now its value we want to consume. So first thing, it is an async method, that means we need to use await here, and when we use await, the method must be async. Then async void is for specific cases, special cases, when we are dealing with some external events and all. So here we'll simply use task. Because this is task, the convention I follow, I'll use async here. So the intent is clear that this is an explicit async method. Add new task async. This we are going to change here now. All right. Now it is going to return us some text that we can have here. So we say var text equals this thing. Now we have this text. Now user might just cancel that prompt box. In that case, the string, the value would be empty. If value is empty, or value is null, we will not use it, right? Or user may have simply entered multiple spaces and then press OK. In that case, it will be simply a white space. So we are not going to use this thing in that case as well. So what I mean is, we will simply validate this input here. We'll say if not, or let's say if string dot is null or white space. If the value is empty, null, or it has just white spaces, this value, the return value. In this case, what we'll do, we'll simply alert and return. We will not process further. We'll show an alert message. That means you have entered invalid value, something like this basically. Okay. Now, if user is canceling, that means the text value, it would be null. In that case, we will simply skip. We will not show any alert or anything. So that means user explicitly cancelled. So user knows what he or she did. We are okay in that case. If that is not the case, that means if the value is empty or white space. Here we'll say if the text is not null. If this is not null, that means text is either empty or just white spaces, something like this. Okay. So here we'll show alert message, right? So alert, again, we are going to use JavaScript alert. We'll see if we want to, if we have time, then we'll maybe use our own custom alerts. We'll implement some Blazor component. We'll see later. But right now, let's use what is already there. Here we'll say await JS runtime dot invoke void async now. So now we are going to use alert, which does not return anything. Here we'll say identifier, that means the method name, function name. So window dot alert the text. Here we can say text is required, something like this, and we are okay. Alright, then we'll return. Now if we come this far at this place, line number 28, that means prompt was shown, user has actually entered some value, then we are here. Now we have a new text value. Here what we can do is we can simply create a new task. We'll say var new task equals new task model. Again, for this also, let's move this using statement to underscore imports.razor. This daily task planner PWA task. Okay, I made a typo. Okay, I made it. Now we can't change it. So we can technically change it, but I don't want to make so many changes. So you know what we are doing. Dot models namespace. Here we are okay. Now we have this task model. We can provide at least this text here. Text would be this text. Okay. Now next thing is the selected date. Okay, let's do this. So task service dot add task, will say this new task. Let's pass it here and we are okay with this. Save it. Now we need the current selected date here. Now if we see the relationship between this top bar component and the main layout. Sorry, main layout has the top bar, and the date selector is a component which is defined on home page. There is no direct relationship. Home page has a parent as main layout has this top bar, a separate child. So these are this is a weird combination here. So for this type of communication we have two different approaches. One is cascading parameter, but again in that case we are actually using a different way of doing things. We will have the data stored in this main layout, and then from here we will be passing to top bar and body both. We are modifying and then picking it. So this is going to be a weird and very complex state management. But in C sharp we have a very nice thing called events. Okay, so we can use events, delegates, event handlers, so keeping things simple, and we are going to use this. We know right now a task service is the main source of truth we see for tasks. So why not we have one date, the current selected date also in this. So it's totally up to you. If you want to have it in task service you can. If you want to have it in a separate state you can have that as well. But because the task service is the component which will be there on almost all the components, it is actually storing the main useful information. So we have only the selected date which is remaining, which we need to store somewhere. So I'm not creating a new class for that. I'm going to reuse this class only, this task service. Here what we can do is we can simply say private. Now we can have it as a property. We can say private date time selected date like this. Save it, and we can have this as a default value as date time dot now dot date. Okay, then we can use this thing. Now we need to set it when we are changing it from date selector, right? Because date selector is the one where we have actual selected date logic. So whenever we are doing this thing, the selected date is changing from here or here, at that time we need to change that. We need to change the selected date on task service. Now if we do this directly like this, that just get and set, it can be directly modified from somewhere. It is fine if we are using maybe this flow, but if we have some additional logic to be implemented on the basis of the selected date, then we should not have it as this set directly here. We can maybe have it as a private set, and then we should introduce a method here, public void, let's say select date, and we should use a new date, something like this, and then we should have that logic here. Here we are going to set that new date so that we have the predictable behavior that this thing is getting modified from here only. If something get modified, we can do or we can execute our additional logic here. Okay, so now let's see if we have any other logic here. We see, do we really need to have some logic there? No, right? We only have this logic, this set selected date UI. We are changing it. That's all, nothing else, right? The underscore selected date. If I do this set here directly, the only problem is it can be changed from somewhere else as well. That we don't want right now. So let's have it like this only. Private set select date, we'll have it here. The select date method, we can maybe use inject our task service here. We'll see at the rate inject task service. Now here selected date, this bind. So we have this private, we need to call this select date method, right? Select date, this method which we are calling. So instead of directly calling it like this, we'll say task service dot select date. Now it needs d dot date, just date it needs, right? Selected date is fine, and we are here, we are okay. Now here we are changing the selected date, but now there is a problem with this select date. Now this method is not getting called. Now when this method is not getting called, that means this set selected date UI is not getting called. That means this logic is not executing here. If this logic is not getting executed, that means the selected date, this selected class is not getting executed. How to handle this? There can be multiple ways, but right now if we see, we are moving all our states to the task service. So why can't we move this date list also to the task service only, right? Although it belongs here, it is fine here, we can have it, but we can have different ways. I'll show you the other approach as well. We can maybe move this dates collection there, we can move this initialization to the task service, and we can move this logic also to that place only, right? And then the selected date for here, from the set selected date from UI, maybe from here we can call that method. But then everything is there, no problem with that approach also, because this is a very simple small application. But if you don't want to go that route, if you want to have some things here only, for example this date list and this set selected date UI, if you want to have it here, then it is fine. We just need a way by which when we are changing the selected date in this what we call it, in this task service, then it should trigger something so that our date selector knows that date has been selected and you need to run this logic, execute this logic. That we need to know. Okay, we'll do that now. Now how can we do that? For that thing, we need to call this whenever the date is getting changed. How would we know if date is getting changed? Using simple event model, basically publish and subscribing. So here in this task service, we are going to define a public event. Okay, and here we can say public event, we can have just an action, and here we'll say selected date changed. Okay? Or we can say on selected date changed, or let's say selected date changed. This will be a nullable action. If we have provided, then we'll use it. If not, we'll skip it. Okay? Now here we'll first set the selected date, then we'll use the selected date changed dot invoke, just invoke. So what it will do, select date will get called, and then selected date is getting set. After that it will raise this change. If there is any component, any page who is interested in this value, whenever this is changing, if they needs to execute something, they will simply listen to this thing. Okay, that will do now. Now here I am not providing any value because the selected date, it is actually a public property on this task service, so it can be accessed. If there is a way, or if there is scenario when you are not directly dealing with, instead you want to pass the current new value, in that case this action might have been like this. So you will say date time, then from here you will simply pass the selected date or new date. Like now you're passing this also, but for our case we have this public property, so whenever this is changing, the consumer can simply, from the task service, they can simply get this value, which will be updated value. So we are okay, we don't need this. Save it. Now we'll go back here, select date. Do we need this? No, we don't. Set selected UI. Yes, we need, because after setting the selected date we are doing this. But when we are doing this selected date, at that time this selected date is a local variable which is here only, which is not modifying anything in task service, but it should have changed this. So that means from here, when we are changing this, at that time we should trigger this method select date on task service. So that means the set selected date UI, this should be something like the selected date only, or we can say handle, or let's say what to name it, handle selected date, or something like from selected date from date picker, something like this. Then we are going to use this here, handle selected date from date picker. Here selected date, this underscore selected date is already defined, we are okay with this. From the selected date we can pass this underscore selected date to the task service. Task service dot select date, and we'll pass underscore selected date like this. And after that we are going to call this set selected date for UI, and here we have this underscore select, right? Now here if we see from this, from top selection, we are checking this, but after this thing it should call this method. So for this we have already set up our event, we just need to consume that event. So here what we'll do, in on initializing only, at the very end we'll simply say task service dot, here we'll say selected date changed plus equals, we are adding a event handler here. Okay, so here we'll say when this is getting changed, the signature, it is just an action without any parameter. So here we'll say simple, not public, just private void handle outside selected date change, something like this. Okay, and we'll do this here. Now this is getting called whenever we are directly changing date from here, from the top predefined dates. If we select it, it will call this, it will come to task service, it will select that date into the selected date, it will raise this change, this event, then it will, on a date selector we have this handler, it will simply call this method. Now when we are here, what we need to do, we need to set this underscore selected date equals the current task service selected date. I don't know if it is sounding confusing, but it is very clear. I like this approach, and for me it is not complex, but if it is for you, maybe you can drop a comment and I can maybe try to create a dedicated video on this event and all this event model publishing, subscribing, and how these things work, maybe, if it is not clear too. But I hope it is clear, because it is not that complex, or maybe it is not for me. I am not sure, but let's see. All right, so after doing this, next thing what we'll do, we'll simply do this thing. We need to trigger this set selected date UI. Do this. Now this thing is getting changed from outside. Now by default, whenever there is any event that is occurring on this component, Blazor knows that something has changed or it needs to re-render this component. But if something is being changed from outside of this component's context, then it does not know that something has changed. It can sometime, but that is not guaranteed. For this kind of scenario, for example, this thing, when this event is going to be called, this component, Blazor's context in this component does not know. So this thing is getting handled from the outside, from task service, whenever this thing is getting changed or getting executed. In these scenarios, this thing can execute on outside of this current context. In this case, we need to explicitly tell Blazor that something has changed from outside of your current context, but you just need to react to that change. You need to re-render this component so that we can have the latest updated UI. Okay, for that we can use state has changed. Now because this thing can execute from outside, so it's always a better idea, it's always better to use invoke async for these kind of scenarios when something can happen from outside. So state has changed, we'll do this. Okay, this is an async method. We can add await, but because we are kind of firing and forgetting, so it's okay, it's fine to not await it. Okay, so now with this we have used, or we have implemented entire flow basically to select date and all. Okay, now we'll check if this date selection is working fine from the this new flow, from this event and this task service, all these things are. Let's run it and we'll see if this thing is working, then we'll continue, we'll go ahead. Okay, it is loading and our our CSS styling is gone. What has changed? Date selector, date, item, date, week, everything is there, right? It was working when it style was here, right? What is the problem? These are direct classes, not nested classes. Okay, let's go to www index.html, and here is the problem. Yes, so if you see, whatever if we are using scoped isolated styles, that means component level styles, that means main layout.razor.css, date selector.razor.css, component specific styles. So at the end, all those styles simply gets combined at runtime, and these are getting added to a new CSS file dynamically, that is project name.styles.css. So this file does not exist, but when we'll build it, when we'll run it, then it will simply create this for us. So this is going, all these styles are going to be added to this, but we are not adding this, we are not using this thing in index.html. That's why it is not showing those styles. Okay, so we just need to uncomment it. Here if you see, we have this comment: if you add any scoped CSS files, uncomment the following to load them. So we'll uncomment this, we'll save it, let's stop and rerun so that it actually picks all these things up. Okay, see, all right, we can see these things. See, if I right click here, inspect, and I show you this thing, date item, for example. So here you can see this style, it has this b hyphen this dynamic attribute. If I click on this link here, this is from the project name.style.css. Okay, if I use this, open a new tab, this style sheet is here. If I zoom it, you can see it, it says, okay, we are okay. Okay, so here you see layout, main layout.razor.rz.scp.css. So this style is from that thing. This is from date selector.css. all this style. This is from topbar.razor.css. So you see these styles are getting added in this file. In this file, you see the URL, it says copy this, paste it here. You see this is directly available here. That means it should be there in www root folder. Right now if we see www root folder, it does not have that thing here. So that is generated dynamically when we run the application for the first time. Okay. All right. So now here we can see these are there. This date, if you see, this is getting changed. UI is getting changed. From here it is working. If I click on it, date selector, let's say 5 date changed here and here also. Both of these things getting changed. That means we are okay. Okay. This should have been in white color. So this worked, right? You see, enter task text. We need to check that as well. But for now, this thing is fine. Next thing is we need to change the color of this plus button. We'll change it. Reset. All right. So CSS styling is fine. And this event model, what we created, the event handler, that event and all that, those things are also working. So we are good with this. We are good with this approach. Now let's quickly check this text, this white color, the color white is not coming. Why it is not coming? So if we go to our, it was from top bar, right? Yes, top bar, toolbar btn, toolbar btn, razor.css, we didn't add the color white. So here we'll say just color white, save it, and we can see this white color. Okay. And here let's do cursor pointer as well. Save it, and we can see this. And when we click on it, it shows us this thing. So I mentioned that we'll see what all text, what all parameters the prompt method takes. So we'll do this. We select it. If we go to the console window, here, if I do put this, okay, here we see, if I say prompt and do this, here, let's say A, comma, B, comma, C. So it shows A and B. That means first A is actually the main text, B is the default value. Okay. So for us, we just need A. We don't need any default value here, right? Because the text would be dynamically uh, entered by the user only. So we are okay. Okay. Now let's quickly check other thing. If I say cancel, nothing will happen. If I say okay, we see this alert. Text is required. Again, let's see. I'm just putting spaces, and if I say okay, it says text is required. Okay, that means it is working. Cancel, no alert. Now let's put some text. If we say okay, it did something. We just need to check what it did, but there is no alert after that. So that means our logic is working. Okay, let's move next. Stop it. Now next thing is, we were on top bar, right? In shared top bar.razor. So here we had these things. When we are creating this task model, so text is here. After that, we need to provide for date. For which date we are adding this task. So date, here we are going to have the current selected date, which we know we have it is task service dot selected date. Okay, and is done by default would be false, because when we are creating the task, that is not done. But because this is boolean, for boolean, if we not provide any value, it is going to pick the default value, and default value is false only, so we can skip this thing. Now it is going to add this new task for the current selected date from here, from the top bar. All right, save it. Okay. All right, now same thing is add new task approach. We want this to be happening from our floating action button as well, right? Because that is also doing the same thing. So this fab. From here also we need the similar. First thing, let's design this fab. For this, what we'll do, first thing, button type button is required. Then we are going to add this styling for this fab btn. Maybe we can wrap this in a class. We'll say fab wrapper, and inside this we are going to add this. Okay. Then we'll add some styling. Shared, we'll say new item fab.razor.css. So inside this we are going to have first fab wrapper and then fab btn. These two styles. Save it. So I don't know if we need anything. Fab wrapper, fab. Let's put in fab btn, then we'll see if we need to add something in wrapper. Fab btn, first thing we need to have it as position fixed because we need it always there be on the screen. Next thing is we want this thing to be in the center of the screen, bottom center. Okay, so that means for this we can simply say left, it should be 50%. Now it will be in the center of the screen. It will be after 50% of the screen. Okay? So here center plus whatever width we have for this button, it will be there. Okay, now from bottom, right now it is on top only by default, but if we set some bottom value, so let's say from bottom we'll have some little spacing, let's say 20 px, it will be away from bottom at 20 pixels, it will be something here. So 20 pixel here, left 50%, from 50% it will start the content. Okay, now next thing is, let's say background color, we'll use our primary color. Okay, now if we are setting that, that means the main color should be white. Then we need some font size. Let's say 1.5 rem, and we need font weight as bold. Okay, and we don't need any border on it, so we'll say border none. And let's have height and width, fixed height and width, so that we can make it perfect circle, rounded basically. We'll have, let's say width 50 px, same goes with height 50 px wide. Okay, and then we'll say border radius 50%. Okay, 50% border radius means perfect circle. All right, then we need the content of this button to be center, vertically, horizontally, both. So better to have the display grid and place items center. And let's have the padding margin 0, the default things reset. So we added everything, and cursor pointer, of course. Okay, and let's have some box shadow as well. 0 0 and pixel, and maybe let's have black. Save it and let's run it and let's see how it looks. Okay, it is coming. Why two tabs? Okay, here we can see. I don't know sometimes why it opens two tabs with Blazor. It happens with Blazor web app, Blazor server. I tried it. For all it does this. Why I have not yet. I don't have any idea yet, but it is there. On when we finally run it on production, it is fine. So here we can see this. The background color is not there, but apart from this, every other thing is there. So it is in the center of the screen. It is really, is it? No, right? then this is fine. Border radius, perfect circle, everything is great. The only thing is the background color. So why background color is not there? Background color, primary color. Yeah, this is fine. Why it is not coming? Let's see. Okay, button color, primary color is not defined. It is saying primary color is not defined. Why? We defined our color primary. My bad. Color primary. Save it. And now we can see this. Great. We have this thing here. Now next thing what we'll do is let's design it here only. So what we'll do. Okay, continue. So here only we'll design it further. Next thing we'll do, we'll font size we already defined, right? Font size 1.5 rem. Let's set the line height as well. 1.5 rem. Say no. Did we set any padding or something? Line height, not minus, not rem. Let's try to set it directly. Maybe let's say 24 pixel. Okay, and then line height, let's say 48 pixel or 50 pixel. Okay, do we have any margin boarding and from 25? This is not in center, right? Am I right about this? The text is not in the center. There is some spacing from somewhere. It looks a bit odd. Font size, line height. If I play around with line height, what it is doing? It is at the same place. It is just bouncing there. Okay, it is going down. It is not going past that. Okay, right now I just don't want to waste much time on it. We'll see later. Maybe I found out something. But now we are okay. And the only thing is this is not in the perfect center right now from the bottom. So here we see left is 50%, but to make the items to the center, what we need to do, if we are using position fixed or absolute with the left 50%, for example, if this is 50%, in case we need to add one more thing. What it will do, it will actually start building this or rendering this component after 50% of the screen. So that means this is the 50%. But what actually should be, it should be here. The 50% should be here. So that item is actually in the center. Okay. 1 2 3 4 5. 1 2 3 4 5. So right side the space is less, left side the space is more. Okay, this is what I'm talking about. For this, what we need to do, we need to use one more CSS property here, that is for transform. Translate X with minus 50%. This is actually the component specific. Transform. This is relative to the component. 1 2 3 4 5. 1 2 3 4 5. This is somewhat like this. Okay, so let's add this thing also. Transform this. Save it. Okay, we'll see that next thing after some time. Font size, we made it 24 px, right? 4 px, and we added line height also. Line height 50 px, right? This is what we did. All right. Now we have it here. When we click on it, it should open the same logic what we have on this click, right? So that means for this one, what we need to do is we don't need this fab wrapper in that case, right? We can directly use this button. No need to have this wrapper. Fab btn button type button, save it, and on click, we need to have the same logic. The logic what we have on the top bar, this thing. Now we see, is there any relationship between top bar and fab? If we go to main layout, we know there is a relationship. Both of these, top bar and fab, both of these share the same parent. That parent is main layout. So that means what we can do is we can simply lift the logic what we have in top bar for this add new task async. We can simply grab this logic, let's cut it from here, go to main layout and add that logic here. Code block, let's paste that logic. Okay. Now here we need task this JS runtime and task service. So from here, from the top bar, let's grab these two injected things and let's have these here, inject, save it, and now we have it here. Now the only thing is we need to execute this thing, this method which we have on the main layout. We need to call this method from both of these components, right? I don't know why the VS 2026 is slow. You see, it always doing this. Let's wait for it to be stopped properly. Okay, it stopped. Save all. Now that means we need to get something from child to parent, and from child to parent we have event callbacks. Okay, so what we can do is on top bar we can define a property here. So we'll say prop. This is going to be of event callback. Okay, and here we can say on new task button clicked, and this should be a parameter. Okay, copy, and on click of this we can directly call this thing. Same thing we'll do in our fab. So fab.razor, here also we'll do same thing. If we want to, we can change the name here. The name should not be same, but it can be same if you want. But here we can say, let's say on fab click, something like this. We can have this like this. It's totally up to us if you want to have the same name or different name. Okay. Now for these button clicks, it will automatically call this. And now on main layout, we just need to define this. Here we see, if we say, now we have this IntelliSense on new task button click. Here we can simply say add new task async, just call this direct. On fab, we'll have on fab click. From here also we'll call this direct map. And now we can run this project and both of these buttons should refer to the same logic. Let's quickly see if it is working. Okay, it is here again, about blank and this main page. All right, click on it, it shows this. If I click on it, it again shows this cancel, nothing happens. And okay, it shows this alert, which is great. Let's add some text, that's okay. And we are good. That means this logic, we simply lifted this logic into the main layout, so things are working. Both of these buttons now points to the same thing, and I guess we are good. We are good with this, right? Now next thing is we need to get those tasks and we need to work on this task list. Okay, that thing we are going to work next. So now to show the task list basically on home page here, the first thing, let's have our code block, and here we are going to have private a list, or we can have enumerable of what we call task model tasks, default value as empty array. Okay, and here in this ul we are going to have our all our tasks. But first thing, we will check if we actually have any task. If not, we'll show some default UI. Okay, inside the task list, this can have a main div. Inside this, we are going to check if underscore tasks dot count, or we can check any. If we have any, then we are going to show this list. Else means we don't have any task. Here, let's have a simple div class. We'll say no tasks. Okay, and here we can have simple p, and we'll say there are no tasks for. We can show the currently selected date time that we can get from our task service. So for that, what we can do, we can simply inject our task service. Let's name it task service only. And here we'll say @task service dot selected date dot toString dot selected date dot toString. Here we can say ddmm y. So this is basically an Indian format, date format. In India we generally follow this. So this thing, if this is not the case, then we are going to have the actual list of tasks. Okay, so that means inside this ul we can have a list of all those things. Now it is up to us if you want to have ul li, or if you want to play with direct tasks only, the direct div only basically. So the ui is up to us. Let's have div based only. Here we'll say for each what in underscore tasks. Okay, now here we are going to have div class, let's say task item. Inside this we are going to have three different sections. First we are going to have a checkbox which will tell us if this task is completed or not. Okay, so let's have a div class, let's say task checkbox. We'll see if we want to get rid of this, but right now let's go with this. Then we are going to have an input type checkbox. Okay, and then after this we are going to have a task text basically. So let's say div class task, or maybe let's say task text. Inside this we are going to display a task text, so we'll say t.text. Then we are going to have one more section here. There we are going to show the action buttons. So let's say task actions. Inside this we are going to have two buttons, one for edit, one for deletion. So we'll say button type button class, let's say edit btn. Okay, here we'll say edit. Then for the next one we'll say delete btn, and here we'll say delete. Okay, now so now first thing is we need to fetch these tasks so that we can show here, and then that fetching that should change whenever we are changing the selected date. Okay, first thing first we'll fetch the initial tasks. So that we are going to do in override on initialize method. Okay, here we'll say underscore tasks equals, we'll say task service dot get tasks for date. And what is the current selected date? That is task service dot selected date. So now we should see these tasks. Okay, and then we'll actually start designing the UI for the classes, basically CSS. So here let's quickly have a style. We'll have all these things. So first task list dot task list, and next we are going to have task item, then next we are going to have task checkbox dot task checkbox, then next we are going to have task text. I don't know for what all we are going to use, but let's have all this so that I can move these to CSS file, and then we can play around with these things and we can see the UI in real time. After task text, we have these task actions. Then we have edit btn and delete btn. So edit btn and delete btn. Okay, save everything. Let's create a new file in this pages folder only. We'll say new item home.razor.css. Then we are going to grab all these empty styles and paste here, save it. Save it. The first thing we know, and this also remains, no tasks. No task. Save. Okay. So here, first thing, task list. This is fine. This is fine. No task. We'll play around with this. But first thing we know, the task item. So this is going to be a flex box. The way I am imagining it is, on left section we are going to have this checkbox. Then on the very right we are going to have these task action buttons. And the center section, middle section, this is going to take the entire width, where we are going to have our task text. These items basically. Okay. Let's go to the CSS file, task item, right? Here we'll say display flex, first thing first, and align items. We are going to have the center so that the items are vertically centered. Okay, and we can have some padding as well. Let's say 10 px and 0. And after that, we'll see what else we need. Task checkbox, we are okay with this for now. Task text, this we want to take the entire width, the entire remaining width. So on this we can say flex grow 1 so that it takes the remaining space. Then we have task actions. Now these actions are going to have display flex, and inside this we are going to have a gap of, let's say, maybe 5 px. Save it. And in this also we'll simply say align items center. Okay, then edit btn and delete btn. For these, we are going to have some common styling and some different colors, right? So let's do this first. For common styles, we'll say we'll have both as same. So edit btn and delete btn. These are, I'm going to have these as direct text kind of thing, just simple text. So for this, we'll say we don't need any border, first thing, and we need a small font size for this. Background color, of course we don't need any. Background color none. Cursor pointer, and the font size, I think we should have this a small font size. So font size 0.75 rem, let's say this. Then edit btn, we are going to have a bluish kind of color for this. So I had one color for this. I don't remember. Let's have blue. And for delete, we are going to have a color as say red or maybe maroon. Save it. For no tasks, if we don't have any tasks for this, what we can do, we can simply say, let's say width 100%. We can have a height of, let's say, maybe 300 or 400 px. Sorry. Then we can have simple display grid and place item center so that the text is in the center. Okay. Then font size, let's have it some bigger font size, so 20 pixel. And the color, we are going to have some light gray color, let's say dim gray. Save it. Now let's run it and let's see if we can see the things here. Run it. All right, so we can see that there are no tasks for this one fab. If I select another date, this text is not changing. It should change. We'll make it change. But before that, let's see. Okay, it will not change. Even if we add any text, it will not reflect here because that text, the task should be there when this page is loading for the first time, because we are getting these in on initialized only. Okay. Now, when there is any change in the task, we need to know if something has changed in this task. Okay. And or let's first handle the date change, then we'll handle that case. Whenever date is changing, we are raising one event, right? If you remember in task service, we have this selected date changed event. Okay. Here we'll say task service dot selected date changed, right? So when we change this, we need to refetch these tasks and we need to uh, tell this component to re-render. So we will do two different things. First thing, we'll fetch the tasks, refetch basically, and then we'll say state has changed. For this, let's define an event handler. We'll say handle selected date changed. We'll define this method. This will be private void. Inside this first thing, we'll do this. Second thing, we'll say invoke async. State has changed. Okay. Now let's save it. I don't know if hot reload would work. No code changes found. It will not work. We need to restart. But before restarting, now what we can do from here, we are getting this. This is at two places right now. So we can maybe call this thing, this method directly from on initialized as well. Okay. The next thing is here, we are actually adding one event handler. So it's always a good idea to remove that event handler. Now, when should we remove it? When this component is getting disposed at that time. And how would we know that when this component is going to be disposed? For that, we have iDisposable interface. Okay. What we'll do, we'll simply say this component implements iDisposable. When iDisposable is there, we can see it is saying implement the interface. That means we need to define a dispose method. Inside this dispose method, we just need to do the opposite of this thing. That means here we are doing plus equals. In dispose, we'll say minus equals. Okay. And I think this thing we are not doing in the date selector. Here also we should do the same thing, this thing, right? The same thing we need to do there. Let's define this dispose method. Okay, and here the method name is this, and this component should also implement, so at the rate implements I dispose it. Save it, and with this we should be good. Let's run and let's see. All right, so app is here. Now if we change date, so pay attention to this, 3 Feb. Now if we're changing 4th Feb, if I change any other date, let's say 16th of October, it says 16th of October. That means this is getting changed. Now let's select today's date, 1st Feb. Let's try to add some item, ABCD, very descriptive item, and we added it and it is still not here. Now if I go to second and come back to first, now I can see this item. Okay, this thing we need to fix, that it should load the item directly. But before that, we have this thing, ABCD, the text, checkbox, and edit and delete buttons, right? Let's first fix this UI design and then we'll do other stuff. Let's add a couple of more things here. If I go to the CSS and this task checkbox, let's have some spacing here, or that we can handle from this task item. Here we can say gap of, let's say, 5px. Save it, and we can see this gap here. Okay, and after that, one more thing, let's have some border in this task item. So we'll say border bottom 1px. For this we are going to say dashed and some light color. Let's say dim gray. How would the dim gray look, which we just used? Oh, it is very dark. Let's try to have light color. Dim. Try. If I use simple blue, it is very. Hmm. Hmm. Let's say CCC. Save it. Okay. This is fine. Very light, and it looks fine. Okay. Then this delete maroon is not good. Let's have it as red only. Save it. Okay, this blue is fine. All right. Now, when we check this checkbox, that means this item is completed. So in this case, what we'll do, we'll simply use a strike through here. We'll have that line which is crossing this thing. And in that case, maybe we can make this a bit faded as well. Okay. So for this, when we are checking this checkbox, we'll add one more class to this. Okay, that we can directly test. Right now on this thing, let's have a hard-coded class done, and here we'll say task text dot done. Here we can say text decoration line through. Okay, and we can have a color a bit lighter, let's say maybe hash 999. Save it, and we can see this. Okay, so this thing, it would be dynamic only, this done class. Right now I added this directly, but instead of this, we'll have this some dynamic condition here. That condition is going to be t dot is done. If this is true, then we'll add done class, else we'll simply keep it empty string. That means no class, just task text, nothing else. We save it. The next thing on this input, we can try at the rate bind. We'll bind this thing with t dot is done. Save it. Let's try. So you see, when I'm checking it, it is adding that class. Okay, so we are okay with this. Now when we are doing this thing right now, this is inside this for each only, but when this is getting changed, we should update the task service as well, so that it has the actual updated value, right, David? For that, what we can do is, here we can say bind after. Okay, that means when this is done, this t dot is done, when we applied that value, after that we are going to call something. That something would be task service dot update task, and this is going to be this t only. Okay, right now if I go to second and come first, it is same. Is it applied? Save it. Yeah. Go there, come back. It's still there. Worked. Okay, so we can see this is working. If it is selected, then it is selected. If we remove it, we can see this value. That means update task with this one. Right now t dot is done is updated. In update task, we are updating the t value, and in our update task method, we'll be simple getting the value and we are modifying these two things. Okay, next thing, we'll work on this edit delete. After that, we'll make these things react to the updates. Okay, meaning when I add a new item, it should refresh this list, and when I add it or delete, it should refresh this list. So for edit and delete, we can directly have the things here only, because right now we are on this screen, so we can handle the edit and delete functionality directly from here. How? For delete, for example, let's add a method. We'll say private async task delete async. We can grab task model as a parameter here. First thing, when we are deleting it, we'll ask for confirmation. And in our application, we are using JavaScript. So we'll inject IJS runtime. We'll call it JS runtime. Okay, hot reload will not work. We are okay with this for now. So here, what we'll do, we'll say await JS runtime dot invoke async, because now we want something back. So we are going to use confirm box, and it returns a boolean value. So it returns true or false. Okay, so we need to tell it say boolean, and here the method is on window confirm. It takes one parameter, the message. Okay, here we can say, are you sure you want to delete this task, and a question mark. Okay, we can have it inside if condition. If this is true, that means user said yes, he or she is okay to delete this task. Okay, if this is the case, we'll simply say task service dot delete task. Okay, task id. This we can get from task.id. And after deleting it, we will refetch the list, or what we can do, we can simply remove that item directly from this underscore tasks. We'll say tasks dot, we don't have any remove method. Now we have multiple approaches. First thing, we can simply call this method to refetch these tasks, or because this is an enumerable, we can simply say task equals, we can say underscore tasks dot where t dot id is not equals, or task dot id is not equals, let's call it t, to avoid confusion from this task.id. Here we are creating a new list, this one with this new value. Or alternatively, we can change this IEnumerable to just list. We'll have this to list here, collection expression. Then here for this underscore tasks, we can directly say underscore tasks dot remove, and we can remove this task item which we just got as a parameter. So we can do this as well. Okay, delete is fine. Now let's work on edit case. Before that, let's call this delete method here. So we'll say add the rate on click on this delete button. We'll add a lambda here. We'll say delete task async, and we'll provide this t as a parameter. Okay, same thing we'll do with edit. Similar on click for edit, and here instead of delete async, we'll say edit async. Okay, and we'll define this method here, private async task edit async task model task, like this. And here again we want to do the same thing which we were doing in our add a new task method, right? So here we'll simply say await JS runtime dot s is lowercase JS runtime dot invoke async with a string, nullable string, and here we'll say again window dot prompt comma. Now parameters. First parameter would be enter text. Second parameter, now we are going to give it the current task text. Okay, this we will provide it as a default task.text. If you remember on the layout, we are not providing second one because we here this is a new task. There is no default task, but here we have the initial task. So task.text is the initial text. Okay, now this thing we can have same. The only thing is we'll change this method. I'm having it so that we can validate the same thing, the task and all. Okay, after getting this, if we are coming here, that means we are okay. We have a new task text. So from here we are going to say task service dot update task. This would be this task. Save it and let's run it and let's see if edit and delete are working. Then we'll fix the main thing, that date change and all, and when we'll add the task it should come up. Right now I'm showing you a detailed version for the more complex scenarios, but for this simple app we can have one more alternative for this. I'm just keeping it for the end, so that, but before that I just want to show you that you can do these complex things here and there using events and all. Okay, so this is first fab. Let's add a task. Initial value for the task. Let's add one more task. We'll say second task initial value. Okay, go to the 2 and then come back. Now first this is fine, this thing is working as expected. Now the first value, let's edit this. So you see when I click edit, it came with this text as default. Here we can modify this, but before that we can simply check. If we'll do this, okay, it says task is required and it didn't change anything. And if we say this thing update, we'll say okay, this is not updating. If you go next page, come back and this is still not getting updated. Something is not right, we need to fix it. Let's see, but first let's check if delete is working. If I say delete, press OK, that item got deleted because the deletion we are doing here only. Deletion we are doing here, delete sync. Oh, okay. When we are changing the date, it is getting okay. So deletion is working fine. We are okay. Let's check what is the problem with edit. Okay. So let's say edit, updated value. That's okay. And it did not come to this place. Oh, it came. But why after this long? Okay. We'll go here. We'll say task. We have this. So we see the existing task, what values it has without update. But this new task, if we see, oh, this new task, okay, my bad. You see, we are doing something wrong, and that wrong thing is this text. We are not setting this text to this task. Okay, so this thing we need to do here, task dot text also this text. Okay, then we'll do this. Now I'll show you something. If I don't have this update task, if I run this, it will update the task value here on the UI. But ideally it should not, because unless that is not updated in the actual task service, it should not be updated in the current view. Here, let me add the value without update. If I say okay, check, okay. Now edit, updated value. Okay, you see this is updated, but we didn't update in the update task, in the task service. So it should not have been updated here, because we are going to have only single source of truth for our data, and that is task service. Okay, so the missing piece is here, because task model is a class. This is reference type. Whatever we modify in this task, it will automatically be modified in the UI or wherever we are using it. So what we can do is, here we can say var task to edit, or we can say just task clone. Okay, we'll say task dot clone. Now we have this cloned task. For this, we'll say task clone dot text equals this text. Then we'll provide this clone to the update task. Now it will not update the existing value. It will simply update the new value. Okay. If I run it, okay, let's create a task. Update. Okay. Update. And it is updated now correctly. If I go to the next page, come back, now you can see this updated value. So that means this edit is also working. All these things are working. The next thing is, what we need to do is, when we are on some page, whatever action we are performing, it should, so delete is working fine because we are removing that item directly from this page. But for adding a new item, if I am here, it should directly show here. But it is not right now because it is not getting updated. So now what we can do is, when we are adding a new item, at that time, okay, for editing, we can simply do this. After task service dot update task, we can simply add that this task dot text to this text as well, so that it is updating on in place. So edit is also fine. It will work. So this thing we have done just to avoid the main thing. If there is any error or any issue with the update task, it will not modify the existing one. Ideally, you should handle exception somewhere. You'll show some alert or some other thing for the exception. Okay, so this I'm doing this so that you can see that okay, we are not directly modifying the main thing, but here we are, because now we know the main source of truth is updated. Now we are okay to update. Now, when we add a new task, in that case, we should maybe, we are using events. So we can maybe on this task service only, we can have one more event. Now, we can say task added, something like this. Now, from here, the new task which got added, that we can have as a parameter here. So we'll say public event action of task model, task added, that this task is added. And this thing we are going to call raise from here. When we have added that task to the list, here we can say task added dot invoke, and then we'll provide this new task. This task has been added to the, okay. Now on home.razor, what we can do is in this on initialized only, we can say task service dot task added. Here we'll say handle new task added. Okay, this we can define. Now this is an action of type task model. That means we need to define a method here. Private void handle task added. It is going to take a parameter of this thing. Here we can say new task. Okay. Now we will check if the date for this new task dot for date, if this is the current selected date, then only we are going to add it to the current page. New task dot for date, here we'll say if this is task service dot selected date, or rather we can have this condition in our task service only. No, it should be here, because from there we'll simply say okay, one task has been added for whatever date, it does not matter. And here the consumer part, although this is single page application, so here we are okay, but it's always better to test this thing, because if we have some other stuff, maybe we are displaying yesterday's task or tomorrow task somewhere on a complex UI, in that case this check will make sense. So if this new task got added for the current selected date, that means whatever list we have right now, a new task has been added to this list only. We are going to add that task to this list. How can we do that? We have this underscore tasks list. Here we'll simply say underscore tasks dot add this new task. Okay. Again, this is from outside, so it's better to use invoke async state has changed. Save it. Now let's run it and let's see if it is working. After this, for this particular application, we are going to follow a simpler approach. We'll try if that approach works and if it makes sense. This approach, what we are doing right now, it's perfectly fine, makes sense, everything is great, no problem at all. Let's create new task handling. Okay, we can see this new task. Mark as complete is working, update is working, deletion is working, add new task. Okay, go to second date, add new task. Okay, gain a new task, add from top, new task. So things are working, right? All right. So with this, we have handled all the cases, right? So with this, if we can see, our application is done, because we have main header, we have button which opens, we have a floating action button which works, we have these quick dates, changing of these is changing this thing. If there are no tasks, it is showing no tasks heading. If there are tasks, it is showing here. We can mark task as complete, we can show the edit, we can show the delete, all these things we can show, and all these things are working fine, right? Edit is working, add is working, delete is working, mark as done is working, date changing is working, selected date display is working, floating action button is working, toolbar item button is working. Everything is working great. Okay. All right. So now functionality wise, we are almost there. But right now there is a big missing piece, and that is to persist the data. Right now the data is in memory. If we restart the app, our data is gone. So we need to store that data. The best way to store data in web applications, basically client side web application, is to have stored in session storage or local storage. Because we want to store it, keep it these persistent, we'll use local storage. So browser's local storage, that means it will be there until we explicitly delete the data, close or install the browser, not close or install the browser or clear the data explicitly. Okay. All right. So because this is a browser feature, we are going to use JS interop. Now for this, we have different approaches. First approach, we can go into the www root folder. We can create a JavaScript file to handle these things. Second is we can use JS interop directly to handle those. Without creating those, we can directly interact with local storage from our JS runtime, IJS runtime, JS interop. Okay, so both approaches are fine, no problem with any approach. Let's do this in services. Maybe down the line later, if we want to change the storage strategy, maybe we'll switch to session storage, or maybe we switch to some SQLite, or any other thing. Maybe we switch to some API layer or anything. So for that, it's better to simply create a separate service. So we'll say class, just create a class. Let's say storage service, storage service. Okay, here, or maybe let's create an interface, public interface I storage service. Inside this, we are going to have common methods which we need. The first is to have add the item. So we'll say just void add item, not void. Let's have task, add task. Okay, we are going to provide task model as a parameter. Next would be update task. Okay, we can return the updated task. Next can be delete task, and here we are going to provide GUID task ID, and then we are going to have one to get all the tasks. Let's say get tasks. Okay, without any filter, and this will return us an enumerable of task model. Okay, the first one can return task model, the updated task, added task, newly added task. In update task, we can maybe return the updated task, or we can leave it like this only. Delete is fine, we will not return anything. For this one, get tasks, we are okay, we'll return the list of tasks. Now for this, we are okay because we are using browser's local storage, so we can't have the partial read, we need to read entire data at once. So for this, we are good. But if we want to make it let's say API ready or any other approach ready, you can maybe have one more method which will be get tasks for date, or maybe you can directly have one more overload of this. There you can provide date time, say for date. It will be get tasks for this date. Save it and we are good. Okay. Now this storage service, let's say local storage service, we'll name it this, and we are going to implement this I storage service. We are going to implement this interface. Now we need to provide body to all these methods. First thing, let's move this I storage service to a separate file. I storage service is here. And the storage service, let's rename this storage service to local storage service. This is the name of our class. All right. In this local storage service, so the way local storage works, it is simply a key value pair in browser, and it stores string only. Okay. So when we are saving the data, the list of tasks, we'll store these in JSON format, and when we are retrieving it, we'll retrieve a string serialization, then we'll deserialize it and we'll use it. So this is how it will work for local storage. Okay, because this is a key value pair, so we need to have a key somewhere. So here we are going to have a private const string, let's say tasks key. This key is can be anything, it is up to you how we are. Let's have tasks only. Okay, now we'll use the constructor for this, and inside this constructor we are going to use just JS runtime, IJS runtime, JS runtime. Okay, now we can access this underscore JS runtime. Let's have this lowercase s only. Right, now we'll go one by one. First thing, we'll fetch that all tasks here. Okay, here we'll first try to access the serialized value. We'll say tasks string. Here we'll say await underscore JS runtime dot invoke async. Okay, from here we know it will give us string, nullable string, and we'll provide the local storage dot get item. Local storage has methods get item, set item, remove item. Okay, so get item, and then we need to provide the key. Key is tasks key. So now this is task string, can have value. Here if we see, this is nullable, so here we can check if let's say string dot is null or white space task string. If this is the case, we'll simply return an empty collection for this get tasks. Oh, okay, this is showing error, this will fix, but before that let's fix one more thing. So I storage service, because all these methods are async, let's add the async suffix, because I follow this convention. So I'm going to add async suffix to all methods here. Delete task async, get tasks async, and get tasks async. All right, here it is, get tasks async. Okay, so task string, if there is no item for this, we'll simply return an empty collection. If we have items, that means task string has some item, then we will deserialize that. So it's better to have try catch here. We'll maybe show some error to the user, something like this. So here in try, we are going to deserialize. The way we are going to deserialize, just simply tasks equals, we'll say JSON serializer dot deserialize, and we'll get enumerable of task model from the task string. Then we'll simply return these tasks. If somehow it comes to catch, at the very end we'll simply return. With this, our get tasks async method is ready. Now we have this one also. So for this local storage service, we can't do much directly to this one. For this one also, we need to grab all these tasks only, and then only we can do something. But for other approaches, for other scenario, maybe that data access, SQLite, or maybe API access, you can have different implementation for that. Here what we'll do, we'll simply grab for all tasks we'll say await get all tasks or get tasks async from the first method from here. Then here we can simply check if all tasks dot any, if we have any value, then we'll return collection of all tasks where t dot for date equals for date, and this for date we'll simply change it to for date dot date so that we deal with the dates only, not time. And if this is outside, then we'll simply return blank array, the empty collection. So our get methods are ready. Okay. Next is add task. Now here we don't have any collection directly, anything to add. The way we can add is we can simply modify the local storage directly. So the way it will work is we are going to have a collection here and we are going to simply rewrite the entire thing. When we say rewrite, that means the way local storage works or session storage works, so all these things, all these tasks, these are single value. Here we can have maybe this null label, and from here if this is null we can return empty collection. So the way it works, it is always key value pairs. All tasks values are simply key, task key, and values are list of tasks. When we are adding a task, that means we need to simply reset the complete list. So basically replace it. That's what I'm saying. Okay. So for this, we need to have list of all tasks. Again, how can we do this? We have two approaches. Either we can get this on demand here, or we can simply make a local history or local collection for these tasks. So doing this for each and every action, here we can simply say all tasks equals, we'll say await get tasks async. After this, we'll say all tasks dot add. We can't directly, so we'll say all tasks, and then we'll add this new task item. Then we'll set it. We'll say await js runtime dot invoke async this time, because this, sorry, invoke void async, because now we will not get anything in return. So we can say local storage dot set item. Here first key would be, what is the key? Is tasks key. The value would be a deserialization of this new all task. Okay. Here we can say var tasks string. We can say JSON serializer dot serialize all tasks. Okay. And we can maybe try to compact it using new JSON serializer options, and here we can at least do write indented false. I think default value is false, but still we can have this. And then we'll set these tasks string to. Now this thing we need to repeat it for delete, for delete and for update. So if we'll do this thing, getting all the tasks again, so the way this get all task is working, first you will get the item from local storage, JavaScript bridge. After that, if it find, it will deserialize, complex operation, to try catch. So let's not repeat this for each and every operation. What we can do is we can have a local task history in this local storage as well. Okay. What we'll do is we'll simply say private read only INumerable, or we can have this as a list of task model underscore all tasks with an empty collection value, empty collection. And here with get tasks async, this method at the very end, here what we'll do, we'll set those all tasks to this like this, or maybe we can directly set this like this here. All tasks equals this. If this is null, we'll set empty array like this, and this shouldn't be read only in this case. All tasks, because this is list and this is enumerable, so let's make change it to list, and now we are okay. We have this all tasks. Now we are going to return these all tasks from here. So return will return a copy of all tasks. Okay, now we are good. Now we can use this underscore all tasks everywhere. For example, here when we said get tasks async, so we'll not do this, we'll not await this. Instead, what we'll do, we'll simply say underscore all tasks. Okay, then we use same thing here, underscore all tasks and this. Okay, what it is saying, it is saying count. We can use count on list directly. Now here, this is fine. Same thing in add task async. Now we don't need to do this. Instead, we will first have all tasks dot add task. Okay, now these all tasks, we are going to serialize this. Now this particular thing, these two lines, these we need to repeat 3 times, one for add, one for update, one for delete. For this, it's better to create a helper method here. We'll say private async task, let's say save to storage, save tasks to storage, sync, something like this. And here we are going to grab these 2 lines, paste here. Okay, now this new JSON serializer options, this also we are going to use again and again, so it's better to have it as a static field. Private static, let's make it read only as well. We can say default serializer option, the type would be JSON serializer options. The default value would be just new and right indented false. And then we can use this default serializer option here. Save it and we are good. Save tasks to storage. Now this is the last line in this, so we can simply say just this, do this. Without this, we can simply return this because this is a task, right? What is the problem here? This is a value task. Save it, we are good. Now we will use this method everywhere. So from when we are adding a task, we'll say await, just do this and return the task. For deletion, what we'll say, we'll simply try to find this task into our all tasks. So we'll say task to delete equals all tasks dot first dot default t dot id equals task id. Then we'll simply check if task to delete is not null. Is this is not null? If this is not null, we'll simply remove it from all tasks dot remove task to delete, and we'll say await save task to storage. Same thing we'll do with update. Update, where is update? Here it is. So here first line again, or maybe let's copy all these 3 lines. We'll come here, we'll check, wait, all task first dot default task dot id. We'll rename this to task to edit. Okay, we grab this, We are going to modify this, or we can simply say all task dot find index. So here we'll say task index, and we can check if task index is greater than -1. That means this task exists in our collection. Here we'll say all tasks dot task index equals task. We are just updating the value on this index, and we are calling save so that it updates into the storage. With this, we are good. We are fine. Now we just need to register it with iStorage service, and we need to use it in our task service. Okay, go to program.cs. We are going to say builder.services.add singleton iStorage service. For this, we'll say local storage service. Then we can go to task service. We can have its constructor here. We can inject our iStorage service, create and assign a field, and then we can fetch the items at the very first time when we are getting these items. Okay, so for this, what we can do is we can maybe have a method here to initialize the tasks from the local storage. Here we can say public async task initialize tasks, or just initialize async. We can say this. Inside this, what we'll do is we have these all tasks. Now we don't need these all tasks, right? Because now all tasks are going to be in the storage service, because this is how we are using those, right? All tasks we don't need. We'll use this for storage all tasks. First thing, initialization. So for that, we'll say selected days we already have, and where is that one more collection we had? Selected date tasks. We don't have selected date tasks. We have all tasks. We need to change our approach. Now these are not going to be all tasks. These are basically going to be the current date task or selected date tasks. Let's rename it to just underscore tasks, not all tasks. Okay. So for initialization, we'll say underscore tasks equals await underscore storage service dot get tasks async for the selected date. Tasks, we have this. What is the problem? From here we are getting INumerable. We have two approaches. First is we can simply do this collection expression here. Now what's the problem? A read only field. So this is a read only field. Let's not have this read only. We have it like this. Okay. Tasks is fine. Now when we have this add task, this is fine. Everything is great. After doing this thing, we'll simply do storage service dot add task. We are going to add this new task. Now this is async method. Now we have two approaches. If we want to handle it, if there is any error or anything, we can simply change this to async method. But here, if we want to, we can skip this. So it will be kind of fire and forget kind of thing. So we are just firing and forgetting it. But it's better to have all these methods as async. So we'll say add task async, and on this we'll say await. Same thing, get task for date. Do we need this? Yes, we need. From here, instead of doing this, yeah, this also we can do easily without any issue, because here we are dealing with this current tasks collection only, which is actually a get task for date only. Instead of doing any of these things, from where we are getting it, we are calling it from the home page. Now we don't need this thing to be like this. Here we can directly return underscore tasks, collection of this underscore tasks, because these are actually the current selected date tasks only now, because all tasks we are handling in the local storage service. Do we need this item here, or do we need get tasks for date? We can simply have maybe get tasks, that's all, because now we are handling a single date only here, right? Let's do this. Just get tasks, and from home page, let's say just get tasks. No need to pass the selected date here. Get tasks already a collection from here. This task is a list. Okay. All right. So this is fine. Next thing is update task. We are updating it. After updating, we are okay. Inside this, we'll call await, and we'll call our storage service dot update task async, and we are going to provide this existing task. For delete, we'll simply say await storage service dot delete task async, and just provide the task ID. With this, we are good. Now we are using our storage service to handle all these cases. Now this initialization, we need to initialize this, and this will initialize from our home.result in on initialized. Okay, first thing we'll do this. We'll say here we need to, oh, we already have task service, right? So we'll say await. That means we are going to use second version of this method, that is async. So on initializing await task service dot initializing. Now all our methods are async, so that means this delete async should be await. Do we have update? Yes, it should be await. Update and delete we have here, and add we have on main layout. So we'll go on main layout, and here we have add task async with await. Save everything, and now we should be good to go. Let's see if we can see these, all these changes, these storage related changes. So the items should persist now. It is loading. Okay, let's add some item. Okay, item got added. 2 items for 2. Date change is not changing anything. Something is not right. Stop, rerun. When we change the date, it should actually change the items. So there is one bug. First, let's see if items are persisted. No, items are not persisted. Why? Let's check in the browser. We can go to application, we can go to local storage, and here we can see we have tasks. That means items are there, and these are for date 22, that means 2nd February. Today, item number 1, this is also for 2nd Feb, that means we have items, but these are not getting updated here. Why? Somehow our initialization logic is not working. So on initialize async, this logic is not working, and it is not working because and the selected date change. This is fine. Get tasks is fine. What happened here? Let's see. Let's put breakpoints everywhere. I just want to see what is happening, why the items are not getting updated. Here, storage service get tasks. Here, and all tasks. Oh, okay. So from the storage, from task service, we are calling this selected date method. That means we are coming here. Here all tasks count is not equals 0. Actually that is not equals, that is 0 by default. It comes here. So here what we can do is we can maybe have one initialization method here as well. So in iStorage service, here also we should have initialization method. So we'll say public void initialize async, or we have two approaches. Either we can have that thing here, or we can have this check. If all tasks is empty, we will refetch. And if we do that, we will need to do that in each and every method, which I don't want. Let's have an initialization method in this file also. Local storage service. We'll say public async task initialize async. Okay. Or let's not have it, because if we have it here, we need to have it in iStorage service interface, and this is specific to this local storage service. So this might not be a good idea to have it in, let's say, web API service later if we want to plan that. So let's do this. We know in order to initialize the items, we need to call this method without any date. So this, we can go to a task service, and here we can simply do this await storage.get tasks, and we'll just ignore the output. When we'll do this, what it will do, it will actually load all the tasks into this alt. Okay. Or here instead of get task, yeah, get task async is fine. I was thinking maybe load tasks, but get task is fine. Now first line it will load all, then second line it will get for this date only. Now if we stop this and if we run it, now I think date issue that should also have been fixed automatically. Let's see. Okay. Now we don't need any breakpoint. Disable all breakpoints. Continue. We can see these two tasks. 3, 4. For other dates also these are getting displayed. This is issue. This is not yet fixed. But at least these are loading fine now. If I delete one of these, if I say okay, that item is gone. And if I check in inspect application local storage tasks, we have only one item now. So that means it is fine. We are okay. If I change it, if I make it done, if I check done is true, this is getting updated just fine. Now if I refresh it, I should see this one item with this case. So that means it is fine. Now the thing is, this is fine. We are able to store, persist the data, edit the data, add, delete. These things are working. But date changing somehow is not working. When we change the date, it should change this thing. Why it is not doing this? Let's see what is the problem. Let's go one by one. When we change the date, it calls this thing. Selected date change invoked is getting executed. So that means this thing, this piece of code we need to call from here. When we are changing the date, then we need to refetch the items for this date, the changed date, right? Okay, now the select date also needs to be async. Select date async, we'll name it like this. Now the select date async, this we will be calling, we are calling from date selector. Here let's see from where we are calling it. First thing is here, so select date async, await, handle select date from date picker, so we can make it async task. And do we have it anywhere else? Yes, we have it here. So here also we'll directly say select date async. And here we don't need to have that to sync await. It will automatically handle. Okay, stop everything and let's rerun. Now with this, I hope everything is fine. We have one item, which is this thing. If I go to the another, oh, first we have item, second we don't have, third again we have, fourth we don't have, five, six, fourth, third now we don't have. Something is not right. First we have it, second we don't, third again we have it. How many items we have in the storage? Let's check. We have only one item. Why we have this for date 3? If you go fourth, fine, 3 is fine. First, now we don't have this. Second, third, we don't have it for any. Now for third we have it. But it should have been for second only. Hmm. Let's see what is the problem. So in task service, selected date, storage service. Let's go to the storage service. And here we are saying for date this thing. If I put a breakpoint here, we change date, came here, for date is okay 12 a.m. So let's do this. Let's handle this. Looks like this is that classic date related stuff, date related issue. For date, when we are getting a date, it is just date. So when we are checking it, then also let's check it to just date. For date dot date equals for date, which is this dot date only. Let's check now. Test it again. We'll see if it fixes the problem. Okay, we have this item for second. For first also we have, again issue is not fixed. Here we can see date changed. That means the changing is working. Selected date has been changed. 2. Now we don't have that item for 2. Oh, okay. For first we have, for second we don't, but actually we have for second. Now if I select any other date, we will see this. So what is happening here is things are fine. The only thing is the rendering is not happening. If we come here, after this select date, these underscore tasks item are getting updated when we are selecting the date. But after selecting the date, if we go to the date selector is fine. We have this thing here. But on home.razor, what is happening when we are changing the date? Selected date changed. Selected date changed, handle selected date changed. Here we have, oh, we have this task service dot get tasks. We are doing this. And here we are just getting tasks. Let's debug this. Something is not right. Some minor thing is missing from somewhere. Okay, let's go one by one, so we'll figure it out. Let's put it here, and in handle date like this. Stop everything, run it again. We don't have it for second. Oh, this came. The breakpoint came after loading this thing. Came after some time. Okay. Here handle selected date changed. Can we check what the date is? Yes, second Feb. Tasks. Right now this is count 0. We go there. Tasks which has count 1, which is for date 2nd Feb. We'll come here, invoke async, it use this and continue. We are okay. Now if I go to date 3, it came here to change the date. Now selected date is 3rd Feb. Tasks are still 1 with that same thing. If I do this, It came here in the home.razor. Oh, okay. So you see what happened here is this handle selected date change, it executed first before this thing even ran. That means this line, when we are raising the selected date changed, this should be after we refresh the tasks. So the order is mattering here. Okay. So if I showed you selected date changed, this triggered it. Main home page that simply executed this line task, which is still the previous values only. So it shows that after tasks are updated and then we change the date, it was showing the stale date. Actually, what should happen is it should happen something like this. First, we'll set the selected date. We'll refresh the tasks for that selected date. And then we'll raise this thing that we have changed the date. Okay. Save it. Now, if we run it, we should see these actual things. Now we don't need all these breakpoints. So let me disable all these breakpoints. Continue. For second, we can see this. For third, no items. Fourth, no items. First, no items. Second, yes, we have item. Now we are in good shape. Second, we have this item. Let's say for sixth, let's add item. Test item 1. Save it. Yes. Test item 2. Save it. Yes. Second, we have this item. Third, fourth, fifth, no items. Sixth, yes, we have these two items. Now if I refresh it, second, fine. Third, fourth, first, what happened? Okay. Third, fourth, fifth, sixth, we have these two items. That means our storage is working. We can see our items persisted. Okay. We can edit, we can delete. Let's say 2, 3. Item got updated. Delete, we have confirmation. If we cancel, nothing would happen. If we say okay, now we cancel it. All right, so with this, our application is done. Okay, now we'll see, we'll try to install it and maybe let's have some, what we call it, some icons and all for this application. So first, let's save all these changes and then we'll work on PW side of things basically. All right, I asked ChatGPT to generate an image for this, so it generated me this daily task planner app, the app icon basically. So let's use this. Let's first rename it, say logo.png, just a simple image. This image we are going to have it on the main index.html. Here we have this svg. Maybe before this, let's try without any styling if it works. imgsrc logo.png, or maybe we can simply have a div class, or if we don't want to use anything, we can simply say style width 100%. Okay, and display grid and place items center, and inside this we are going to have this logo.png. Save it. I run this. We should see that image somewhere here. It is here. Ugly, not good. We need to fix it. We need to have this in center of the screen, actual center of the screen, and make it a bit smaller. This is very big right now. Okay, or maybe we can simply use some icon. Let's download some icons. Here I'll use simply lucid icons, not view, just lucid icons, just icons. And here what we can use, task, we can use maybe this clipboard list, or this one, list to do. Yeah, let's use this one. Okay, here if we see, we have 512 and 192 by 192. Let's see if we have something, some sizes for this. Size 24px, this. We have last is 256. Okay, so we'll use 256px, and this expects png, so we'll provide png here. Download png. For this, maybe the stroke width we can have it simple, not bold, simple one. Let's not svg, download png, list to do. This is 256, which we'll use for 512, and then comes 192. So for 192, 192, 192, yes, this one. We are going to install, download this one as well. Okay. And for the main icon, maybe let's use this one, this clipboard, or this only. We can use this only. Okay. And for this, maybe we can have our color which we are using. What is our color which we are using? So if you go to the css app.css, this is our primary color. We come here, this color, if we provide that color here, what is this? Hash 512bd4. This is our color. If we have this, let's maybe use it a bit bolder. 2, and size, let's maybe have 150. Okay, 152, and download it as svg. All right, so with this we are okay. Now we'll get these. So I'm going to grab these files and add into our www root folder, www root folder. And now I'm going to maybe rename these. So to-do list.svg, this is fine. This first png, this was 256, right? So to-do list, let's say 256. The to-do list 1, it was 192, right? 192, like this. Now what we'll do in our index.html file, where is our index.html? It is here. So for this Apple Touch icon 512 by 512, for this one we are going to use this list to do this bigger file. For the second one 192, we are going to use this file. Save it. Maybe for fav icon, do we have fav icon here? No, right? Okay. Then for this one logo.png, instead of this we are going to have list to do.svg. List to do.svg. Maybe we need to design this, but let's have this for now. Let's see if I start this, what would happen. Okay, it is getting loaded. We can see this. Okay, fine. We can at least see something. We saw that, right? If I make it smaller, refresh it, we can see this. Then it came. Okay. After this, maybe we can have some text. We'll say Daily Task Planner. I don't know if it would work. It didn't. Save. Text is not there. Stop. Let's rerun. Let's see if this text is coming. Daily Task Planner. Oh, maybe this text is coming, but because we have h1 color, no, it came. Okay, we are good. Not very good. We can design it further, but I don't want to touch this loading progress text and all, so that's why I'm just keeping it like this only. So at least we can see something. Now next thing what we'll do is, let's see if we install this, what would happen. So here, if you see, if I press this, it says just install. So let's install it. It is getting installed and it came here. If I show you, this is what we got. It says app installed. Publisher is localhost this. Daily Task Plan PWA has been installed as an app on your device. Pin to taskbar, pin to start, create desktop shortcut. Let's do all this. So allow. And now, if I stop this, nothing would happen, but it was daily task planner, right? Daily. How can I show it? It is on my second desktop. Daily task planner. How can I show? Okay, let me run it again. Now that install option is not here. It directly shows open in app. If I open this in app, it says open this PWA. I'll say yes, open it, and now we have this. If I say pin to taskbar, and if I do this, now this is what we have from taskbar. I close this, I can open it directly. It is here, that loading and that we need some spacing there, but at least we can see the app. So this is how it looks. We can go to the next pages. Okay, we can edit the item and we can do this. Now next thing what I'll do is I'll simply install it on my phone, on my iOS phone. Let's see how it looks there, and I'll show you there. uh, in order to install it there, we need something. So right now it is installed, or it is running on our localhost. From my mobile phone I can't connect to this local. For this what I'll do is, again it is stuck. Visual Studio, let's wait for it to close. So what I'll do, I'll simply use dev tunnel so that it is getting hosted on some HTTPS URL, and I can connect that URL from my mobile phone. So for this, I'll simply go here, I'll select this dev tunnel, create a tunnel. Okay, and I'm going to provide some values here. First thing is name. It can be anything. Let's say daily task PWA, tunnel type persistent, access public. Okay, let's wait for it to come up. Okay, dev tunnel created. If we check in output and dev tunnels, we can see the dev tunnel, which we right now it is not showing where it is, but we can check that from here. It is selected. Now when you close the Visual Studio and open it again, it will not be by default selected. So when you reopen the Visual Studio, you need to come here and then select this thing. Okay, now right now if we say show all dev tunnels, show dev tunnel window, it is going to show the currently active dev tunnels. Persistent, this and that, and I'm just trying to see from where I can get the access token. No, where's the URL? Okay, if it is not here, that's fine. If we run it, it would show that URL in our browser. Okay, so if you see here, this is the URL. We can copy this URL, and I'm going to copy this URL and send it to my mobile phone, and then I'll use it there. I say continue. Application is running here. Look for and connect to any device on your local. Yes. It says app available for this one. Now I'll go to my mobile phone and I'll see how can I maybe show you that how it looks there. Before going there, let's fix the some of these design issues and all, so that I go on the mobile device and it should be perfect. I don't want to spend much time on going back and forth. So here we have this loading indicator. Let's not have this. Get rid of this thing. Now in this div we have 100 width 100%. Let's maybe use with 100 dvw, and let's have height also same 100 dvh. And then display, let's have it display flex. And then for the flex, let's have flex direction as column so that these are vertically aligned. And then we'll say justify content center and align items center so that these are vertically and horizontally centered. And let's have a gap of, let's say, 10 pixels so that there is some spacing. And on h1, let's maybe have style. We'll say font weight bold, and we can say color. We can use our css variable, so color primary. Save it, save everything. Let's run it. Now we should see these changes. So now we'll see these two things center aligned. Let's wait for it to come. Okay, we can see this. You see, daily task planner, and we are good. And then our app is here. All right. Okay. We can't see any item here, although we added. That's because this is now on this dev tunnel. Okay. And on dev tunnel, we don't have it. We don't have any local storage item yet. Okay. Next thing is for these touch icons are fine. And if we go to the manifest file, manifest.web manifest, here we have this default background color is white. This is fine. Theme color, this, let's have this also as our main color. So our main primary color, which is this color, right? So copy this, come here. I had one lighter color of this. Let me try to find that one. Okay, so it was 2B0B98, this one. Let's use this only. Let's go to app.css and let's use this one as our main primary color as well. Save it, save everything. Okay. And okay, all right, let's stop everything. Let's run and let's see how it looks. Here you can see this daily task planner. It is loading and we can see this. It is a bit crisp now. Okay? This text looks a bit bigger, and here that thing, when we open it, if I refresh it, by default this thing, this white outline, if you see, this is coming because this daily task plan, this is a h1 default. And if we see our router, that is our app.razor, in this case here we are saying focus on navigate. So this is focusing on this h1 when we are navigating to this page. Okay, in our case what we can do is we can simply go to our home.razor and we can, or not home.razor, this is in our main layout, right? So main layout on in top bar, let's not have it as h1, let's have it as h4 maybe. Save it and stop. Let's start. With this we should see a much better version now. Okay, all right, this is very small now, h4. Do we have any styling here for this which is making it this smaller, and if this is default, we have this big padding spacing. Let's not have that. So for H4, it was having the default styling, default, what we call it, default margin, the browser default margin. Okay, so we don't need that. We'll simply use same margin 0, padding 0 on this one as well. So this is top bar. So top bar dot razor dot cs font size toolbar button h4. In app.css we had this h1, right? So let's have this on h4 as well. Then we had this top bar height, right? But we are not using this. Let's use this. So this thing we are going to use on our top bar, on this top bar. Okay. So for this top bar class, we'll say dot top bar, we'll say height was this thing. Save it. Now this thing, when we are adding this, we are setting this height. If the contents are more, we'll scroll it and this top bar is going to go out of the screen, but that is not the behavior we want. So on this top bar, we are going to have a sticky position. Okay. So we'll say position sticky, position sticky, and top we'll say it should be 0. We can set the left 0 and right 0 as well, and we can set the width 100%. Okay, and there shouldn't be any scroll bar in this, but to handle that we can simply say overflow, just we'll say hidden. We'll fix everything, height, width, this and that, everything on this top bar. Save everything. Let's run it and let's see how it looks on the web, on the desktop browser, and then we'll go to our mobile. Okay, daily task planner, main thing, and we have this thing here at the very bottom which shouldn't be here, but it is there. We'll fix this. But on the top we have this height and this h4. The this looks very smaller, right? Not, let's not have h4, let's maybe have h3, or maybe decrease this height. Okay, and let's have some spacing from right side. The spacing is not there. Why? We have this p3, right? Yeah, let's fix all these things. So we'll see on bigger screen. Let's see what the issue is, why the spacing is not there. Okay, spacing is there, but because of the scroll bar, oh, the scroll bar, it is not sticking to the page. It should have been sticked. Okay, if we not use left right, what would happen? We not use width 100%, we not use top, position sticky, then also height, position sticky should work. I say position fixed, say top, right, low, width 100%. Let's not have width. Okay, so we can have this thing as fixed. Okay, right now I just don't want to spend much time on just css, but this thing is okay. Height also we need height, and for this we are using h3, right? So let's not have h3, instead sorry, h4. Let's have this as h3 maybe. So this is a bit bigger, so we'll have h3, and on the top bar we are going to have this styling, position fixed, and we'll remove width. Okay, these two things will do. So if you go to the app.c not app dot top bar dot razor dot css. We'll remove width. We'll have position fixed. And what was the other point? H3. Top bar, we'll make it H3, and then we'll go to app.css and we'll put H3 here to remove this default margin and padding, save everything. Now if we have this on top bar, if we have this position fixed, now the main content, if you see in the default view, the date selector that is behind this thing, because this is position fixed, so that thing should be below this thing. That means we should have some default padding on the page. Okay, so for that what we can do is top bar is fine, and if we go to the where is main layout, main layout dot razor, here this top bar, so this page, on this page we are going to have a pod padding top, which will be this thing. Okay, and we know top bar has a height of this thing, so we are going to have padding top of this thing on the page. That means in main layout.razor.css we can do this. On page we have min height, width, overflow auto, and we can say padding top, padding top, this thing. Save it, and the minimum height, this we will not have 100 dvh. Instead we will have this height as a calculated height. So we'll say calc 100 dvh minus this height. Okay, and we can maybe have a buffer of some other thing as well, so we'll say some other height, so minus maybe 10 px. Save it. It will be something like this. Now we should see this. Not yet good, we need some more height here, some more padding. This has some padding or something, right? So because of the padding what we have on top bar, this is why you can see this, right? So meaning we should not have padding like this, right? So instead of padding directly from all sides on the top bar, we should have padding something like 10 px and 0 and 10 px. So from left right 10 px, but top bottom 0 10 px, something like that. With this we are good. So we'll have this on top bar, we'll have padding this one. Top bar we are going to have padding this one, and here we'll remove this p3. Save it. Now if we see, we are good. Okay, now this top scroll bar, this is fine, we can understand this, but why this scroll bar is here? Let's see, it is coming from something. No tasks, we have width of 100% on this. Is this coming from here? No, not from here. Is this coming from page content? Nope. Is this coming from date selector? No, right? Page content is not coming. Div plus page, is it coming from page? Yes. Page has width of 100 dvw. If we make it just, if we not have it on page, if we don't have any width, then we are okay. Or if we actually want to have it, if we say 100%, this also fine. Okay, so page will say width 100%. This page is coming from this page is on which one? Layout or main layout.razor.css. Here we are going to have it as 100%. Save it. All right. With this, we are good. Okay. Now, one more thing I'll do is if we go to the manifest.web manifest here, oh, theme color we already changed. All right. Save everything. Now I'll try to run it on my phone. So first we'll run it here so that it is running on the dev tunnel. Then I'll go to my mobile phone and I'll try to open it from there. Now I have iPhone. So in iPhone and Android, the way the PWA apps work, this is different. For Android phones, we can open it in Chrome. It will show an option to install the application the same way this is showing here. The web browser shows basically in Windows. So you see this app available. You can install this app, this thing. On the Android phone in Chrome, it shows this option. But on iPhone, this does not work like this. So on iPhone, we need to open this in Safari, and from Safari browser we need to share this page, and then we have an option to add this page on home screen, and this is how it works. PWA gets installed. Okay, so I'm going to show you that thing next. So I'm here in my Safari, and I copied this URL, and if I say go, it simply opens this very fast. If I refresh it, I can see this is working. If I change this, so this is the browser which we are using right now. Now, in order to use this as a PWA, what we need to do, we need to just use this share button. If I do share, on share, we have these options. So add to home screen, and here you can see we have that icon which we set, this list icon, and the name Daily Task Planner. If I say add to home screen, it is going to be added, and it is asking us to the name we can provide. This name is coming from the manifest file. If we have the correct name there, it will pick that up. We can change it here if we want to. Let's say PW, I'm just having this thing. And if we say add, now it is fine. So we can open this now. It is there, added on the desktop, on the screen, and now it is loading, and we can see this theme color. What that did, if you see on top, the main screen's color, it got changed to that color. So here we have these things. We can go to any of the date. We can see the text is getting changed, and if I click on this date selector, it opens up the proper calendar here. Okay, and if I click plus, it says enter task, and the floating action button also, it opens this one. For today, let's say for 2nd Feb, I'm adding a task, a test task. If I say okay, it is there. If I simply try to press OK, it says task text is required. That means validation is working. Close. If I say edit, we can see this came, enter task test, and the text is already selected. So let's say updated. Okay. Then we can go to any other screen, any other date. And then if we select this, it is there. We can mark this as done. We can delete this. If we want to delete it, it is going to ask us this question: are you sure you want to delete this task? Same, that thing is working here. The, what we call it, the confirmation box, right? Cancel, nothing happens. If we say okay, the task is going to be deleted from the screen. So this is how the app looks on the mobile phone. Okay, so with this, I guess we have achieved everything now. All right, now let's make a couple of other small changes. First, let's change this name. So we'll say Daily Task Planner, Task Planner PWA. We can have it if we want to. Let's have it. The next thing I saw in iPhone, the height of that, if you go to date selector, the height of the selected date, it was a lot actually. If you go to date selector here, where is the height? Date picker. height is 40 pixel, right? Let's maybe have it as 36. Save it. And I guess apart from this, everything was great. And one other thing which I noticed when I double tapped, it simply zoomed in the screen. So we need to stop that as well so that it uh, looks and feels like a mobile app. So we will go to app.css and here on everything. So HTML body star, we can go to this and here we can simply say touch action. Okay, it has different values. Auto is the default behavior which we have right now. Okay, but what we'll do, we'll say manipulation. That means the default behavior. That means when we double tap, it simply zooms in the page or screen. That will not happen, but it will, if we say pinch, zoom, and scroll, it will work. So this is what we'll do here. So with these changes, I think we are good now. So we have finally created our first PWA using Blazor WebAssembly, which works on web and basically on web browsers and mobile device and on this desktop we just checked. All right, now what next? You can maybe enhance this thing, you can create other components, we can maybe implement API layer if you want to. Right now it is per device. The same thing, if I have one browser it is totally different thing, and if I have on my mobile device it is totally different. If I'm adding any task in my mobile, it will remain inside the mobile only, because these are browser specific. Okay, because we are storing the data in local storage, that means that is a local device storage for the browser. All right, okay, so with this I think we are good. That's all for this project. Do let me in the comment if you like this project. It was a simple project but it took some time. I didn't spend much time on styling. Still we spent some time. And do let me know in the comment if you like this project, and please like this video, share this video, subscribe my channel. I'll be back soon with some other cool video. Till then, bye bye, happy coding. I'll be back soon.